Chapter 889. You stinking brat. The orc adventurer who had been splashed with wine finally reacted, and a furious expression appeared on his face. Not only that, all the adventurers who were sitting with the orc adventurer all stood up, clenched the weapons in their hands, and looked fiercely in the direction of Noah's group. Seeing this, Noah's eyes flashed, and even Riveria's expression changed. As for the surrounding guests, they were not surprised, but happy. Oh. Are they going to fight? Yay, yay. Let's fight. Similar voices continued to come from the surroundings. As if being indulged by such voices, the orc adventurer was the first to raise his weapon. Stinking brat. I'll make you regret this. After saying that, led by the orc adventurer, a group of adventurers from Apollo's clan was about to rush in the direction of Noah, but a faint voice broke in. Sorry to keep you waiting. After saying that, the elf girl, who was also the shop assistant called Lou by Riveria, walked towards Noah's table with the dishes in her hands. She didn't seem to notice the aggressive group of adventurers from Apollo's family at all. She ignored the hostile atmosphere and walked straight to Noah's table. These are the dishes you ordered, please enjoy. After saying that, the elf girl began to put the dishes on the table of Noah's group. Her movements looked slow, and she didn't care about the dangerous atmosphere at all. Her expression was still indifferent. This made AIC's group a little strange, even Noah was a little speechless. Even Noah's group was like this, the group of adventurers from Apollo's clan was even more embarrassed. Stinking bitch. The orc adventurer angrily cursed. Do you want to die? However, as soon as the voice fell, the elf girl's gaze swept toward the orc adventurer. It was a gaze filled with coldness and callousness. It was extremely sharp, causing one's heart to shrink and the air to freeze. The orc adventurer who was yelling at the elf girl's face stiffened, and he was frozen in place by the extraordinary pressure. Noah also felt the extraordinary pressure from the elf girl's body, and his brows slightly raised. In such a situation, the elf girl said lightly. I don't want to be rough in the shop, but if someone wants to be rough in the shop, then I can only make a move. From the elf girl's tone, no one could hear the meaning of flaunting her superiority. It gave people the feeling that if the elf girl made a move, then the adventurers from Apollo's clan would absolutely not be able to touch a hair of her. You. The orc adventurer's face suddenly turned green and then white, as if he was about to become angry and desperate. But at this moment, the elf girl made a move. Duh! In an extremely subtle sound, the elf girl suddenly raised one of her hands. In that hand, a kodachi silently appeared. Except for Noah, Ace, Riveria, Tiona, and Tioni, no one saw when the kodachi appeared in the elf girl's hand. Of course, the group of clowns from Apollo's clan led by the orc adventurer didn't notice it either. They immediately understood that the elf girl's ability was absolutely proportional to her attitude, and it was definitely not something they could reach. Remember this. The group of adventurers from Apollo's clan all fled toward the direction of the door with a pale face. At the same time, the kodachi in the elf girl's hand disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared before. She returned to the feeling of an ordinary hotel clerk. But clearly seeing the scene just now, no one in the room would treat the elf girl as an ordinary clerk again. The way they looked at the elf girl completely changed. Only the people at Noah's table were still so calm. What the hell? Tioni couldn't help but complain. Since you want to run, then don't look for trouble from the beginning. That's right. Tioni mercilessly made fun of him. So lame. Noah shook his head with a smile, then turned his head and looked at the elf girl. Ms. Liu, thank you for your help. Please don't mention it. The elf girl didn't seem to care about this matter at all. She just looked to the side. I was also asked by a friend. As if to prove the authenticity of the elf girl's words, a playful and cute girl poked her head out from the kitchen and stuck out her tongue at Noah. That was naturally sheer. I see. Noah said helplessly. I was helped by Ms. Shear again. She rarely asks me for help directly, but when she saw that you were in trouble, she immediately asked me to help you. I'm sure that in she's heart, you must be an important friend, right? The elf girl's face was stern, and her tone was quite indifferent. However, the words she said were not as cold as it seemed on the surface. Since you are Sheer's friend, then I should help you. With that said, the elf girl revealed a faint smile that was difficult to notice. Moreover, you seem to be a strong and gentle person. Noah was confused. How do you say that? The one who answered Noah's question was not the elf girl, but Leafia, who was on the side. That's right. Leafia nodded repeatedly. Mr. Noah must be a strong and gentle person. Ah. Noah blinked. Why do you say that? Because. Leafia lowered her head with her cheeks slightly blushing. When, the first time we met, you touched my head, and I didn't resist. Didn't resist? Noah was even more confused. Didn't resist? Aze, Tiona, and Tyogni looked at each other. Didn't resist? The elf girl was obviously a little surprised. She frowned and immediately looked straight at Noah. Sorry, I was rude. After saying that, without giving Noah a chance to react, the elf girl reached out her hand, grabbed Noah's hand, and held it tightly. When she held Noah's hand tightly, the elf girl hesitated for a moment. However, that hesitation, after successfully holding Noah's hand, turned into surprise. Holding Noah's hand tightly, the elf girl stared blankly at Noah's face and murmured. He really didn't resist, being held by a girl he met for the first time, and with such behavior, Noah couldn't help but feel awkward. He looked at Riveria. Can you explain the current situation? Don't you know? When Riveria saw that the elf girl held Noah's hand and didn't resist Noah, her expression towards Noah became much gentler. Although it's a little strange for me to say this as an elf royalty, the elves do have a kind of mysophobia that is hard to compliment. Under normal circumstances, they would never allow those who they don't approve of to touch any part of their body. Not to mention someone they just met. Leafia nodded her little head. Only the gentle and righteous people will not be rejected by the elves. The touch of the ugly and lustful people will never be accepted by the elves. It's just a word. The Amazon sisters, Tiona and Tyogni, laughed at the same time. You're a good person. Noah was speechless when such an obvious card was given. You're indeed Sheer's friend. The elf girl seemed to have reacted. She let go of Noah's hand without hesitation, and the extremely faint smile on her face became slightly more obvious. You're a person worthy of respect. Even Noah looked a little unnatural when he was praised by the elf girl so openly. But Noah didn't notice it. When the elf girl held Noah's hand and held it tightly, beside her, AIC's clear and transparent eyes slightly fluctuated a few times. Only AIC knew. At the moment when the elf girl held Noah's hand, there was a trace of inexplicable strangeness in her heart. It was as if AIC didn't really want to see the elf girl holding Noah's hand. With one hand on her heart, AIC murmured with some confusion. Why? Chapter 890. In order to let AIC learn crushing magic, Noah went out early in the morning and went to the agreed place with AIC, which was the direction of Eulalia's city wall. After a lot of twists and turns in the middle, plus chatting and drinking in the Rich Mistress, when Noah came out of the Rich Mistress, it was almost noon. Then, little brother, we'll go back first. We had a good chat, let's continue next time. The Amazon sisters Tiona and Tiona said goodbye to Noah in front of the hotel, and they were quite enthusiastic. People who didn't know would think that these two girls were acting friendly. AIC didn't directly say anything, but she just looked at Noah as usual. Rafia, who was on the side, glared at Noah, making Noah speechless. Riveria slightly moved closer to Noah, put her mouth close to Noah's ear, and said in a mosquito-like voice. Be careful, those adventurers of the Apollo family may not just want to find trouble with you. Noah's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything on the surface. He just nodded with a smile. Then let's part here, we'll have a meal together in the future. Okay, in the voice of Tiona and Tiona, Noah turned around, waved his hand, and plunged into the crowd under the gaze of a group of Loki family girls. After a while, he disappeared into the crowd. Miss AIC. Rafia said to AIC, who had been looking at the direction where Noah left. Let's go. AIC nodded, and one of her hands involuntarily touched the magic activation bracelet on her wrist, then turned around and left with her companions. In the crowd, Noah walked leisurely, but he didn't bump into a single person. While walking forward, he chuckled. Did Riveria discover it as well? When the group of adventurers from Apollo's spawn blatantly showed signs of attacking, Noah more or less sensed that they had other motives. It was because Ace, Riveria, Leafia, Tiona, and Tyan were by Noah's side. The adventurers of Apollo's family were all superior adventurers. However, they were not great adventurers. At most, they were level 3 adventurers, which was LV2 adventurers. That was why even if the adventurers felt that Noah had used some kind of trick to force Otto back, there was no need to be afraid of him. However, the ranks of Ace, Riveria, Leafia, Tiona, and Tyan were the real deal. There was absolutely no falsification. Ace and Riveria were LV6. Tiona and Tiona were LV5. Although Leafia did not have the strength of a level 1 adventurer, she was still LV3. As the celebrities of Loki's spawn, the strength of these girls was widely known. There was almost no adventurer who didn't know these celebrities of Loki's spawn, including Apollo's spawn. And knowing that Ace and her party were beside Noah and sitting at the same table, they seemed to have a good relationship. It was obvious that they were on Noah's side, but the adventurers of Apollo's spawn still planned to attack. Wasn't this strange? At least, Noah felt that the adventurers of Apollo's spawn were definitely not just looking for trouble. Sure enough, in this world, I'm destined to be entangled with all kinds of troubles. After leaving such a remark, Noah put all these matters to the back of his mind and quickened his pace in the direction of his home. Right now, there was too little information. Even if he knew what the adventurers of Apollo's spawn were planning, it was impossible to know the truth in one go. Maybe it's not those adventurers who are planning to do something. Noah muttered to himself with a deep meaning. Soon after, he smiled and stopped thinking about it. Then, he walked in the direction of his home. Unfortunately, even Noah didn't have the ability to predict the future. Therefore, it was impossible for Noah to know. In fact, trouble has already come to him. When Noah returned to the base camp of Hastia's clan, the scene that appeared in front of him made him stop in his tracks. In front of the base camp belonging to Noah, Hestia, and Belle, all the pedestrians on the street were divided into two sides, pointing at the location of the base camp of Hestia's spawn. In front of the base camp of Hestia's spawn, a large group of adventurers was surrounding it, as if they were planning to surround the base camp of Hestia's spawn. They were holding weapons in their hands, making the atmosphere quite tense. From Noah's position, he could see that in front of the adventurers surrounding the base camp of Hestia's spawn, there were two people. No. It should be said that there was a god and a man. The god was a male god. He had blonde hair that was as bright as the sun. He was very handsome, and even the smile on his face was dazzling. He was very tall, and he wore a laurel crown with green leaves on his head. Next to the male god was a man who wasn't as handsome as the former, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. Led by the god and the man, a group of adventurers with more than 100 members surrounded the base camp of Hestia's spawn. Noah clearly saw it. Those adventurers all had golden arrows and blazing suns engraved on their bodies. Impressively, it was the same as those adventurers that Noah met in the morning at the place of the Mistress of Fertility. Apollo's spawn. Those adventurers were all members of the Apollo spawn. So, Noah looked at the god and the man in the lead and narrowed his eyes. That is Apollo and Eucynthus, right? Needless to say, there was no other person who could lead so many adventurers of the Apollo spawn, except for Apollo himself. Apollo's spawn was quite famous in Eulalie. In terms of power, the Apollo's spawn, was the backbone of all the spawn in Eulalie's spawn. Not to mention the high level of faction power and adventurers, this spawn had many crusades against the floor master of the 17th floor, who was level 4 Goliath. They were much more powerful than the average spawn. Jacinthus was the leader of the Apollo's spawn. His title was Beloved of the Sun, and his level had reached level 3. He belonged to the second level of adventurers. The Lord God and the leader are all going to personally lead the team? Noah rubbed his eyebrows. Sure enough, trouble has come to the door. When Noah was a little annoyed, the door of the base camp of Hestia's spawn was opened. Hestia, who came out of the house, was startled by the big battle in front of her, and then her face became serious. Apparently, she also realized the seriousness of the matter. However, Hestia was still a god, and she couldn't be scared by such a battle in front of her. After she became serious, she looked at Apollo. Apollo, what the hell are you doing? Good afternoon, Hestia. Ignoring Hestia's stare, Apollo politely greeted her, and then said with a dazzling smile. I'm sorry, Hestia. Although we have a close relationship, this matter is really intolerable, so I can only do this. Please forgive me. Who has a close relationship with you? Hestia seemed to have goosebumps all over her body, and her face was full of disgust. I'm warning you, Apollo, I'm a god respected as the virgin goddess. If you intend to tarnish my reputation, I have the right to go to the guild and report you. Oh, I'm really sorry, I take back what I just said. Apollo pressed his chest as if he was a little sad. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was more like a show. The reason was that people who were really sad wouldn't hide a faint smile in their eyes. Furthermore, that smile was clearly filled with malicious intentions. Hestia had a bad premonition when she found out that he had bad intentions. I'll be frank here, Hestia. At this time, Apollo's face once again had a dazzling smile like the sun, and he said such a sentence in front of everyone present. I hope you can hand over your child, Noah Dole. Chapter 891. I hope you can hand over your child, Noah Doria. When these words echoed from Apollo's mouth, everyone except the onlookers fell into an indescribable silence. That bastard gossip god, looking carefully, the gods who came to join in the fun were hiding in the surrounding buildings or on top of them. Many of them began to gnash their teeth as they looked down at Apollo, who was in front of the headquarters of Hestia's family. It should be noted that Apollo wasn't the only one who had taken a fancy to Noah. Almost all of these gods also had designs on Noah, but they weren't as brazen as Apollo. You. Hestia's eyes widened as she spoke without hesitation. Why? Why should I? Apollo smiled confidently. Just because of your child, my child is seriously injured. After saying this, Apollo waved to the people next to him. There, a group of Apollo's minions carried a few stretchers over. There were people lying on these stretchers one after another. Moreover, all of them were screaming in pain. Their bodies were tightly wrapped in bandages, and only their eyes and faces were exposed. Looking at the people who were tightly wrapped in bandages and still lying on the stretchers and screaming in pain, Noah narrowed his eyes in the crowd. Because those people were the adventurers of Apollo's family who were looking for trouble with Noah in the Mistress of Plenty. However, Noah didn't remember beating them up like this. Or rather, apart from the orc adventurer who was drenched in wine, all the other adventurers of Apollo's spawn were left in the same state they were in when they entered the Mistress of Plenty. Since when were they injured by anyone? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Those guys lying on the stretchers were screaming miserably, but they were rolling around and fighting so vigorously. They didn't look like they were seriously injured at all. In other words, those guys were all just putting on a show. Look at them, my poor children. They were beaten up by your children. My heart is broken, Apollo said sadly as he covered his chest with his hand. Hestia, tell me, how could you do that to your child? You're lying. How could Noah beat people up for no reason? Hestia was so angry that she trembled. And, are you looking down on me? I'm a god after all. do you think I can't see that your children are all acting? The gods in the surrounding buildings nodded in agreement. For these gods who had lived for God knows how many years, the tricks of the people in the lower realm were too naive. It didn't take much effort for them to see through all of it. This was especially true when it came to lying and acting. It was impossible that Apollo didn't know this. However, he still had an innocent look on his face. Hestia, I know it's our instinct to cover up for our children, but sometimes, when our children do something wrong, we have to take responsibility. Only then can our children grow up. In a single sentence, he took Hestia's words as an attempt to cover up for Noah. However, apart from the gods, not many of the onlookers could tell that the minions of Apollo were putting on an act. They immediately believed Apollo's words and started whispering to each other. Hestia was so angry that her face turned red. However, Hestia knew what kind of god Apollo was. No matter what she did, this god would be very despicable and unreasonable. Even though his behavior was very elegant, his actions were enough to be called shameless. This was the god known as Apollo. Seeing Hestia's extremely angry and helpless expression, Noah knew that he couldn't hide anymore. At that moment, Noah directly separated the crowd and walked into the encirclement of the adventurers of Apollo's spawn. Noah's action naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Seeing Noah slowly walking out of the crowd, Hestia's face lit up. The surrounding adventurers looked at each other in confusion. The onlookers were in an uproar. The gods hiding in the buildings were excited and shouted, "Here comes the climax." In addition to these gods and people, Apollo and Jacinthus who were standing in front of the adventurers of Apollo's family had a different reaction. Jacinthus' face turned cold, and his eyes were full of hostility and malice when he looked at Noah. There was even a hint of jealousy in his eyes as if he was jealous of something. A disgusting and obscene smile appeared on Apollo's face, and the gaze he looked at Noah became extremely hot as if he wanted to eat Noah. It was very explicit. "Ah, lovely child, you finally appeared." Being stared at by Apollo with such a hot gaze, Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped. Noah had encountered this kind of scorching gaze more than once since he came to this world. And those gazes all came from Freya. At this time, Apollo's gaze was exactly the same as Freya's. In other words, this god was the same as the beautiful goddess, and they both had the same feelings of love for Noah. The difference was that when Freya looked at Noah, there was a possessiveness that was proportional to the love in her eyes. And Apollo's gaze towards Noah was directly proportional to the love, evil lust. The most important difference was that Freya was at least a woman. But Apollo was a man. A man actually used such a vulgar gaze to look at another man? Noah did not know what others were thinking. Noah only knew that if Freya's gaze only made him feel uncomfortable, then Apollo's gaze made Noah really angry. Without any hesitation, Noah turned his head, met Apollo's hot gaze, and said such a sentence. "If you look at me like that again, believe it or not, I will gouge your eyeballs out." Such an extremely calm sentence seemed to bring a chill to the entire world, causing all the gods and humans present to feel a chill in their hearts and tremble. The smile on Apollo's face was completely frozen. As for Jacinthus, who had been standing beside Apollo, he suddenly raised his eyes, stared at Noah, and said coldly, "Take back what you just said." Hearing this, Noah glanced at Jacinthus and spat out a word. "Get lost." Jacinthus's negative feelings towards Noah were successfully ignited. Clang! Without any hesitation, Jacinthus pulled out the sword at his waist. It was a wavy sword with a body that undulated up and down like a wave. Holding the wavy sword in his hand, Jacinthus stomped on the ground, and the long sword vibrated, creating a sharp gust of wind. The tip of the sword carried a cold arc of light, and Jacinthus's whole body shot out. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jacinthus arrived in front of Noah. "Noah!" Hestia's face turned pale with fright. Not only Hestia, but all the gods and mortals who were watching from the side were also shocked. Amidst the exclamations, Jacinto's sharp sword tip suddenly shot out and pierced towards Noah's throat. It was clear that Jacinthus intended to kill Noah on the spot. Just as everyone was waiting for the bloody scene to appear, the tip of the sword that was less than 1 centimeter away from Noah's throat suddenly stopped as if it was frozen in space. This was because a hand tightly grasped Jacinthus's hand that was holding the sword, and this extremely fierce blow was forcibly stopped. Jacinthus's face had already changed. Noah slowly raised his eyes and looked at Jacinthus. "It seems that you want me to help you get the hell out of here." After saying this, Noah's foot suddenly moved, and one of his legs suddenly turned into a blurry whip shadow in an instant. With a sharp and ear-piercing sound, it violently swung towards Jacinthus, whose pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! Before everyone around realized what the current situation was, a heavy muffled sound exploded from the field. Chapter 892. Bang! Along with such a muffled sound, a figure suddenly shot out from the center of the field surrounded by the adventurers of Apollo's spawn. Like a kite with a broken string, the figure flew over the crowd above the heads of the adventurers. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out as the figure smashed heavily into the wall of a building, causing cracks to appear on the sturdy wall. Poochie! Soon after, a mouthful of bright red blood was violently spat out from the other party's mouth. His body leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, landing on the ground. Before everyone could react, they subconsciously turned their gazes to the figure that was shot out, smashed into the wall, and slid to the ground. When they saw the full appearance of the figure, everyone fell into a deathly silence. There was still a shoe print on Jacinto's chest, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was lying on the ground with his back facing the sky. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Noah, who didn't even move a step. His handsome face was distorted with hatred. You, seeing Jacinto's being defeated by a single blow, not to mention the crowd, even the adventurers of Apollo's clan were stunned and lost their voices. Jacinto's was a level 2 adventurer at LV3. An adventurer of this level was already considered a big shot in the eyes of the crowd. For the adventurers of Apollo's clan who regarded Jacinto's as their leader, it was easy to imagine the impact of their leader being defeated by a single blow. Therefore, when Jacinto's targeted Noah with a voice full of hatred, Apollo was the first to react. "You dare to openly attack a member of my clan?" Apollo stared at Noah with a smile on his face. "Aren't you afraid that the guild will ban Hestia's clan?" Although there would be conflicts if there were factions, on the surface, the guild absolutely forbade the creation of conflicts between clan members. After all, there were not only people who received the grace of God in Eulalia, but there were also ordinary people. If the members of the clan tribe, who could destroy a building with a single magic spell and cause a huge loss, were allowed to do as they pleased, then the safety of ordinary citizens would not be guaranteed. Therefore, the guild absolutely forbade the battle between the spawns. Once violated, they would be punished according to the situation. Apollo probably wanted to use this to threaten Noah, right? Unfortunately, Noah didn't know how many times he had seen this kind of trick. It is said that people's eyes can be blurred, but can God's eyes also be blurred? Noah curled his lips. "I'm just asking, just now, how many people here saw me or that idiot who attacked first? Please answer me." The smile on Apollo's face froze. Lying on the ground, Jacinthus, who had been struggling to get up, looked at Noah angrily. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other and began to whisper. "There are so many people here who can testify that it was that idiot who suddenly attacked me, and I was just defending myself." Noah looked at Apollo with a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. "Undoubtedly, you are a god. It's okay if you don't have a good method, but if your eyes are blurred, then your billions of years of life are probably really wasted." Noah's merciless words made the surrounding onlookers all make an uproar. Even Apollo was stunned and didn't react at all. That was natural. Even if he came to the lower realm and lived like an ordinary person, Apollo was still a god who was respected by the people in the lower realm. Such a god was actually despised by Noah in front of so many people. Who wouldn't feel shocked? However, Noah's words weren't finished yet. "Also, you purposely sent your men to the hotel to cause trouble for me. That was your trick too, wasn't it?" Noah glanced at the adventurers lying on the stretchers. First let us have a conflict, then slander me in this way. Although this method is ordinary, it is quite effective. With such a sentence, Noah raised a hand. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. After that, golden ripples suddenly fluctuated in the space around Noah's body, like water waves, imprinted in the space. Then, under everyone's gaze, a variety of luxurious weapons such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and so on emerged one by one from the golden ripples. Hey, guys over there! As if controlling the space, Noah, who was standing in front of the golden ripples, glanced at the adventurers lying on the stretchers who were looking at him with dull eyes and suddenly smiled. If you don't dodge, you'll die. It was as if he wanted to confirm the truth of Noah's words. In the next moment, the sharp weapons that emerged from the golden ripples suddenly vibrated, and like golden water droplets, they burst out and shrouded the direction of the stretchers. If those who have seen Noah's Gate of Babylon fighting style were here, they would definitely notice. This time, the speed of the noble phantoms launched from Noah's Gate of Babylon was frighteningly slow. Even the adventurers of the Apollo clan, who were wrapped in bandages and lying on stretchers, could clearly see the sharp weapons that were shooting towards them like raindrops. Woo 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 woo. All of a sudden, the adventurers of Apollo's minions who were lying on the stretchers with their bodies wrapped in bandages screamed in fear. Without any hesitation, they jumped up and dodged in a panic. Clang 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 clang. As a result, the treasures that shot out landed on the empty stretchers one by one. Amidst the sounds of metal clashing against the ground, the treasures pierced through the stretchers one by one, riddling them with holes. The entire place once again returned to its deathly silent state. The onlookers were speechless as they watched the adventurers of Apollo's minions run away. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages, but their movements were faster than anything else. Apollo's face changed, and he secretly shouted in his heart. What? Aren't you full of vigor? Noah lowered his raised hand. When the golden ripples and the noble phantoms disappeared, he looked at Apollo and sneered. If this is considered a serious injury, then there is probably no one who will die in this world. It seems that the famous god Apollo really dotes on his children. Even if they are not sick or in pain, he can't wait for them to lie down every day. Don't mess around outside. I can only say that I'm impressed. You. Apollo's handsome face turned pale, but he couldn't utter a single word. The truth was right in front of him, so what else could he say? However, after a while, Apollo seemed to have thought it through. He took a deep breath and revealed a dazzling smile. No wonder you're so obsessed with Goddess Freya. You can even resist her charm. You're really outstanding. When I saw your performance at Freya's family banquet that day, I was attracted by your excellence. Adorable child, do you really not want to consider coming to my side? The one who answered Apollo's question was not Noah, but Hestia. Don't even think about it. Hestia hugged Noah and looked at Apollo with an evil expression. Even if I give Noah to anyone, I won't give him to you, a pervert who doesn't reject anyone. Is that so? Apollo's smile did not change. But this time, it's not up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the adventurers of Apollo's family suddenly separated and pressed a person forward. That person was tied up by the adventurers of Apollo's family. His mouth was gagged and he was pushed in front of everyone. Seeing this person, Hestia cried out in surprise. Baal? Chapter 893. Woo! 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 Baal, who was tied up by Apollo's minions, kept whimpering unwillingly through the cloth stuffed in his mouth. His body was also struggling. Behave yourself. The two members of Apollo's spawn who had brought Baal with his hands tied behind his back shouted angrily. One of them even kicked Baal, causing him to fall to the ground. Baal's body wasn't unscathed. Instead, there were bruises all over his body. Obviously, Baal had tried to resist, but was met with violence. Perhaps, the members of Apollo's minions had planned to kidnap Baal. When they received the news that Noah and Baal had parted ways, they immediately arranged for people to capture Baal when he was about to enter the dungeon in the morning. Needless to say, Baal had just received Hestia's favor for less than a month. In addition, he was only at LV-1, so it was impossible for him to be a match for the adventurers of Apollo's minions. Hestia's beautiful face finally showed true anger. Apollo. I'm sorry, Hestia. Your child is weak and timid, but he is surprisingly tough. In order to catch him, we have to be a little rough with him, Apollo shrugged and said with a smile that was as bright as the sun. Everything is for the sake of getting a cute child. You should understand. It's not good to monopolize such a cute child, Hestia. You. Hestia immediately understood what Apollo meant. Are you trying to threaten us with Baal? I have no choice. It's all because I have no choice. Apollo's bright smile looked extremely ugly under his despicable behavior. As long as you give me this child called Noah, I'll return this child to you. What do you think? Hestia bit her lips and looked at Apollo with disgust, anger, and hatred. After realizing that he was used as a bargaining chip to threaten his family, Baal's face was filled with remorse. He struggled even more violently, and tears of humiliation flowed from his eyes. Enraged by Baal's desperate struggle, the two adventurers from Apollo's spawn smacked their lips. Didn't I tell you to behave yourself? Suddenly, the two adventurers raised one foot at the same time, intending to kick Baal. Baal was shocked. He quickly closed his eyes and braced himself for the coming pain. Bang! In the next instant, a muffled sound rang out. Goo! A muffled groan was heard as well. No. It was not a single sound. Instead, it was two groans that overlapped each other. Immediately afterward, the two adventurers from Apollo's clan who pushed Baal over followed the same fate as Yakintos. They were shot backward like bullets and smashed into the walls of the surrounding buildings. Their heads tilted to one side, and they passed out. Baal, who did not feel the pain he imagined, opened his eyes with palpitations. Then, Baal realized that the two adventurers from Apollo's clan who pushed him down had disappeared. His body suddenly floated in the air, and when he landed on the ground again, his position had changed. Baal is no longer surrounded by Apollo's minions. Instead, he has arrived beside Hestia at an unknown time. Baal? Hestia was startled. What? Apollo and the people around him were all shocked. What's going on? The gods who were hiding in the buildings all opened their eyes wide. They looked surprised. In the eyes of these people, Baal was about to face the violent confrontation between the two adventurers of Apollo's spawn, but in the next second, the two adventurers of Apollo's spawn were sent flying. At the same time, Baal inexplicably moved from Apollo's side to Hestia's side as if he had teleported. Everything happened in an extremely baffling manner. Only Noah was half kneeling on the ground. He slowly untied the rope on Baal's body and removed the cloth from Baal's mouth. How are you? Are you okay? Leader? Baal didn't know how to react. He was at a loss for a moment. Have a good rest. Noah smiled, stood up, and turned around to face Apollo. Apollo couldn't help but take a step back when he saw Noah's eyes. This was because Apollo could see it clearly. In Noah's deep and dark eyes, all the emotions had disappeared. The only thing that remained was the calm before the storm, a calmness that made one's heart tremble. Hestia, Noah suddenly said. The guild does have a rule that spawn shouldn't have a direct conflict with each other, right? Huh? Hestia didn't react to the sudden change in the situation. She was startled by Noah's question, but she still answered subconsciously. Yes. Yes. But when the conflict reaches a certain level, and the two sides can't stop the fight, what should we do? Noah asked in a voice that was so calm that it was chilling. Is there no reasonable way to resolve the conflict between the two sides? Hestia was silent when she heard Noah's question. But after a while, Hestia said with a bitter smile, don't worry. Although I don't know if it's a way to resolve the conflict, there is a game that allows both sides to fight legally. A game? Noah asked directly. What kind of game? A war game, Hestia answered Noah's question with a serious tone. It's a kind of game where you apply to the guild, let the gods be witnesses, and let the two main gods who decide the battle set the rules, let the members of the clan fight, and the god who wins can control the life and death of the defeated party, and can make any request. Is that so? Noah suddenly smiled. That couldn't be better. Apollo already had a bad feeling when Noah asked Hestia the question as if there was no one else around. Now that he saw Noah's emotionless smile, the bad feeling in Apollo's heart became even stronger. Apollo's lips trembled as he asked. What? What do you want to do? If your eyes and morals are bad, then don't let your ears be bad as well. Noah looked around at all the members of Apollo's family. Finally, his gaze stopped on Apollo. Didn't you hear it just now? Could it be? Apollo was stunned. You want to, let's have a war game. Noah's voice echoed clearly in the surroundings. A war game between Hestia's spawn and Apollo's spawn. The surrounding crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Noah's words. From the buildings, the gods all came out and shouted excitedly. Good. It's finally here. It's a war game. Hurry up and agree. Apollo. Hurry up and agree. For those gods who loved entertainment, a war game between two spawns was like a popular competition. It was natural that they would be happy to see it. Are you sure? Apollo's face twitched and he forced a smile. No matter how strong you are, there are only two people in your spawn. My spawn is hundreds of times more than yours. Are you sure you want to play a war game? Noah did not answer Apollo's question. Instead, he glanced at the members of Apollo's family. Trash like this, no matter how many of you come, it will be a waste. With just one sentence, he successfully infuriated all of Apollo's minions, as well as Apollo himself. Okay. Apollo replied loudly. I'll accept your suggestion of a war game. All the gods who had been waiting for this moment cheered loudly. Even the onlookers in the surroundings were excited and started to shout loudly. From the beginning to the end, Hestia did not make any reaction. It was as if she had known Noah's plan when he asked her the question. She just looked at Noah. There was no blame in her eyes, only trust. Noah smiled from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 894. Hiss. In the base camp of Hestia's clan, Baal, who was supported by Noah, immediately let out a painful groan as soon as he sat on the sofa. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries, Baal's body was covered with bruises. It was obvious that he had been beaten up by Apollo's minions. That bastard Apollo, seeing her own clan members being beaten up like this, Hestia was like a mother and flew into a rage. I should have known that that guy would not hesitate to use any means in order to dig Noah into his clan. That pervert has always been like this. Has it always been like this? Noah turned his head and looked at Hestia. Does that disgusting god always do this kind of thing? Don't you know? Hestia's pretty face was filled with extreme disgust. More than 80% of that Prince Charming's family members were chased by him using all kinds of methods and shameless methods of pestering. Pursued. Noah was stunned and said with some uncertainty. Did you just say pursued? Yes. Hestia's face was full of displeasure, as if she had swallowed something disgusting. Apollo is famous for being an affectionate Prince Charming, and he doesn't reject anyone. No matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as he has his eyes on someone, he will get them. The gods even gave him a name, Love of Sorrow. That guy's willingness to reject anyone has reached a level that is incomprehensible to people. Hearing Hestia's words, Noah was speechless. At first, when Apollo looked at Noah with such a burning gaze, Noah thought that it was because he had taken a fancy to his abilities. Like the other gods, Apollo wanted to poach him into the family tribe and use him for himself. However, from Hestia's words, although he did not want to think so, Noah had to be sure that the disgusting god really treated him with the same feelings as Freya. No matter if it was a man or a woman, as long as Apollo had his eyes on someone, he would woo them. After thinking about it carefully, Noah also felt that most of the members of Apollo's minions were indeed good-looking men and women. Even Jacinthus was extraordinarily handsome. It seemed that those guys were all Apollo's playthings. A god who crossed the boundary of gender and was known for his love. That was why the other gods called Apollo the god of gossip. That was why Hestia called Apollo a pervert. It seems that Apollo was also present at Freya's banquet last time. He also saw the confrontation between you and Orly's ultimate weapon, and because of that, he fell in love with you. Hestia's expression as if she had chewed a piece of wax, and said something that made her feel a little nauseous. Undoubtedly, he knew that Freya had her eyes on you, but he still dared to use such a blatant method to get you. Isn't he afraid that the beauty will go crazy and be destroyed by Freya's minions? He's crazy. Although Apollo's minions were considered the backbone of Orly's forces, Freya's minions were truly one of Orly's most powerful minions. In a situation where even their leader was only LV3, if Freya's minions were to attack, they could destroy Apollo's minions in minutes. Knowing that Noah had been chosen by Freya, Apollo still dared to use such a method to force Noah. If something went wrong, Freya might really be angry and destroy Apollo's minions. Although, for Noah, Freya, who used the method of charm to deal with him on their first meeting, was not a goddess that could make him like her. Did Apollo use similar methods to snatch the people in Apollo's minions? Noah recalled Jacinthus's jealous gaze. What about the leader of Apollo's minions? Is he also one of them? The child named Jacinthus? Hestia shook her head. That child's love for Apollo came from the bottom of her heart. In other words, that Jacinthus is also a guy with an abnormal sexual orientation? Noah narrowed his eyes. Such a disgusting minions, it's better to make them disappear. In fact, if it wasn't for the guild's prohibition of direct conflict between the minions, Noah would have already made things difficult. The way Apollo looked at Noah really made Noah feel disgusted. In addition, in order to poach Noah into the minions, that disgusting god also kidnapped and injured the people around Noah. This had already crossed Noah's bottom line. If he didn't do it casually, not only himself, but also Baal and Hestia's minions would be banned by the guild. Noah would never bring up something as troublesome as a war game. Lord God, leader, I'm really sorry. Baal's face was gloomy. It's all because of me that this happened. You're wrong, Baal. Noah patted Baal's shoulder. The fault is definitely not with anyone other than that pervert. You have no reason to be blamed. If there's a reason, the only reason would be me. No matter what, Apollo attacked you because of me. But, what should we do? Baal's face was uneasy. Do we really have to play a war game? Baal's heart was full of worries. After all, compared to Apollo's minions, Hestia's minions with only 2 members were too small. Even if Noah's strength was outstanding, Baal didn't know if he could win against so many opponents. Hestia also had the same opinion on this point. The format of the war game hasn't been decided yet. If it's something like occupying the enemy's territory within a certain period of time, then even if Noah is strong enough to rival Eulalia's ultimate weapon, it's basically impossible for him to win. After all, if it was a war game like this, then unless Noah didn't walk out of the territory and occupy the enemy's territory, the enemy could directly send members with strong stealth abilities to occupy the territory when Noah left and win. And if Noah didn't step out of his base and continued to defend his base, Noah wouldn't be able to win as he had no way of occupying the enemy's base. This was the so-called war game. There were many ways to determine the outcome of the war game. It was also because of this that Apollo dared to agree to play a war game even though he knew that Noah was comparable to a LV7 warrior. However, if the war game was a one-on-one battle, then there was no doubt that Noah would win. There was no doubt about it. In other words, if there were not enough members, Noah and Apollo's chances of winning were almost the same. It all depended on what kind of war game would be played in the end. Of course, Hestia did not know that Noah had the authority to deal with almost any situation, and the Gate of Babylon, which contained all kinds of treasures and items. No matter what the situation was, Noah was confident that he could win. Baal, Noah suddenly said. On the day of the war game, I will fight alone. You stay by Hestia's side. Huh? Baal was shocked and quickly said. How can that be? How can I watch you fight alone? Hestia frowned, but she didn't say anything. She chose to believe in Noah. In response, Noah just smiled at Hestia and then said to Baal, I have my own considerations. I have my own considerations. So, Baal, stay by Hestia's side and protect her. Who knows what kind of underhanded tricks Apollo will use? That should be impossible, Hestia said. To put it bluntly, the war game is just a proxy war between the gods. For the gods, it's just like a competition, a form of entertainment. If Apollo really intends to use any underhanded means that will affect the outcome of the game, he will definitely become the enemy of all of Eulalia's spawns. If that's the case, then Apollo is really courting death. It's better to be safe than sorry, Noah said. In short, you just need to trust me. Hestia and Baal looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Chapter 895. Tap, 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 tap. In a luxurious corridor that was as white as a temple, Hestia, who was wearing a formal dress, walked forward with a serious expression on her face. Her footsteps echoed clearly in the surroundings like a melodious song, with a rhythmic sound. Hestia. After a while, a very mature female voice called out to Hestia. Hestia stopped and turned around to look behind her. Over there, a tall and slender goddess was also wearing a formal dress. She slowly walked towards Hestia. Seeing the tall and slender goddess, Hestia's tense face slightly relaxed. Hephaestus, she was none other than Hephaestus, the one who had taken Hestia in for quite some time. She was Hestia's best friend and had the nickname of the god of forging, Hephaestus. It had been more than a month since he said goodbye to Hephaestus in the house of Hephaestus's family. In the past month, Hestia hadn't gone to see Hephaestus. So, Hestia and Hephaestus hadn't seen each other since she formed her clan with Noah. After all, a month's time was simply too short for a god who had lived for billions of years and whose life was eternal. Hestia and Hephaestus hadn't seen each other for such a short period of time, so it wasn't enough to make them miss each other. However, Hephaestus wasn't very nice to Hestia. I didn't expect that in less than 2 months after the formation of your clan, you would dare to fight with the backbone of Apollo's clan. You're quite capable, aren't you? If you want to complain, complain to Apollo. Hestia's face was full of displeasure. Who knows what that pervert is thinking all day long? He suddenly came to find trouble with me. I only know that he has his eyes on my closest child. For him, even if Freya and Loki's clan comes, I won't admit defeat easily, let alone the Backbone clan. In fact, didn't Freya already have her eyes on Noah? Loki seems to have been thinking about him too, right? Hephaestus sighed. You really don't go a day without trouble. Didn't I tell you? Hestia turned her head and continued walking forward. If you want to complain, complain to those guys. Well, it's not your fault, Hephaestus said with a wry smile as she followed Hestia forward. Let me say this first. I won't be able to help you much during the meeting. Those gods have been yearning for entertainment for a long time, and none of them will let go of this opportunity. My words won't be of any help to you. Hestia nodded with a heavy heart. The so-called meeting of the gods was actually a gathering organized by a group of gods to relieve boredom. This kind of gathering would be held once in a while, and the interval was usually 3 months. At the gods' meeting that was held once every 3 months, the gods would have a casual chat. They would also exchange the latest information and inquiries from all over the world. At the same time, they would also exchange opinions on various aspects regarding the problems between the gods' families. It could be said that there was a variety of things to be said. Awarding titles to the senior adventurers who had reached LV2 was also part of the meeting. Therefore, although Noah had reached LV2, if he wanted to get a title, he would have to wait until the meeting that was held once every 3 months. Today, the meeting for the war game between Hestia's clan and Apollo's clan began in advance. In this meeting, the gods would be the witnesses and witness the discussion between Hestia and Apollo on the topic of war games. The form of the war game would be decided in the meeting, and the form of the war game would be decided in the meeting. The meeting place of the meeting was on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, which was located in the center of Olalai. It was a floor that looked like a temple in the sky. Hestia and Hephaestus walked through the corridor together and entered a very spacious hall. In this hall, there was no furniture except for an oversized round table. Around the round table, gods of all shapes and sizes sat at fixed intervals. Apollo, who was sitting at the head of the table, had been looking in the direction of the entrance. When he saw Hestia, he immediately showed a sunny smile. "You're finally here, Hestia." Hestia's face immediately darkened. Hestia's disgust for Apollo, who wanted to steal Noah by using underhanded means, had already reached its peak. On the contrary, the gods who were watching the fun were very enthusiastic. "Oh, the lowly goddess is also here. Then, can we start the discussion about the war game? Hurry up. I can't wait to see the fun." Hey, don't say what's on your mind. It should be serious here." Hestia and Hephaestus sat down in silence under the laughter of the gods who wanted to make a bigger fuss out of this matter. "Let's make it clear first," Apollo said directly. "If I win, I only want Noah Dole." "You're so direct." Hestia did not hide her astonishment at all. "Undoubtedly, you've been taught a lesson by Noah, and you're still thinking about him." Noah had not only exposed Apollo's underhanded means one by one in front of all the gods and people of Olalai, but he had also degraded Apollo in public. If it were any other god with a stronger sense of self-esteem, they would have long exploded in anger and wanted to teach Noah a lesson. However, Apollo did not change his mind. He did not even seem to mind at all. "You don't understand, Hestia. The more difficult it is to get something, the more precious it is. The more naughty the child is, the cuter it is. I've seen the rebellious child many times. It's nothing." After all, many of Apollo's family members had been pursued by Apollo using all kinds of pestering methods. Those people must have also tried to resist. Therefore, Apollo had long been used to the resistance of the people he liked. Among the gods present, there was one who agreed with Apollo's point of view. "Indeed, that child is different from ordinary children. It's not easy to get him, so he's especially precious." The silver-haired goddess was sitting in a corner, but she was unable to conceal her radiance. She constantly attracted the gazes of the male idols around her, causing many of them to reveal infatuated expressions. She held a glass of red wine and took a small sip. While saying such a sentence as if she was intoxicated, she glanced at Apollo and smiled sweetly. "For such a cute child, you can't let others have him, right? Apollo?" The corner of Apollo's eye twitched when he heard Freya's words. Of course, Apollo knew what Freya meant. Naturally, Apollo also knew what kind of god Freya was. This goddess was very different from Apollo in nature, but they were both very affectionate gods. Moreover, Freya and Apollo were very similar in that once they had set their eyes on someone, they would pursue him no matter what. The difference was that Apollo's methods would be unworthy of his status as a god, while Freya's methods were sometimes extreme, but she would never do anything that went against her status. If Apollo was compared to a businessman who valued profit above all else, then Freya was a true queen. She could be domineering, strong, and cruel, but she would never give up her self-esteem. This was the biggest difference between Apollo and Freya. In addition, Freya's minions not only had Eulalia's ultimate weapon, but also one of the most powerful minions, in the truest sense of the word. To be honest, Apollo had hesitated for a long time to snatch Freya's child. In the end, he chose to be a moth to a flame. The so-called gods were just that unreasonable. Sometimes it was a small reason, sometimes it was an insignificant thought, but because of this, they would do anything to satisfy a group of transcendental existences. This was how gods were. Enough, listening to the two of you talk about your love for the child in every sense of the word makes me feel uncomfortable. Loki was also present, and he spoke with a displeased expression. Hurry up and decide on the format of the war game. All the gods agreed one after another, and Hestia and Apollo both nodded. The meeting of the gods began. Chapter 896. I propose that the war game be a one-on-one duel, and the two of us will choose a member of our clan to decide the winner. What do you think? As soon as the meeting started, Hestia did not hesitate to put forward her idea, and even incited the gods around her. A one-on-one duel between children is the most exciting. You should also want to see it, right? Hearing Hestia's words, many of the gods nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. A duel is the most exciting. Letting Apollo's child gang up on a person or something like that will only spoil the fun. I also support this idea. Many of the gods expressed their approval, and they were all laughing. They were simply a bunch of guys who wanted to see the world in chaos. Of course, these gods did want to see the world in chaos. As long as it could bring them entertainment and excitement, no matter what it was, they would not hesitate to agree to it. Therefore, Hestia's speech in the aspect of entertainment and excitement would definitely be met with the gods who were eager for these things. If that's the case, then a duel without suspense would be even more boring, right? Apollo snorted and retorted without hesitation. That day, at the banquet, you all saw it. Although I don't know what extremely rare skill or magic was used, the child who was at most LV2 was indeed able to contend against Orly's ultimate weapon for a short period of time. If it was a one-on-one duel, even the best child in my clan would be defeated in an instant. You all saw the situation on the street that day. That's not interesting at all, right? Hearing this, the gods around seemed to have just remembered this matter and nodded one after another. That's true. A one-on-one duel is not interesting at all. If it was a one-on-one duel, the child in Apollo's clan would definitely be defeated in an instant. If the high-ranking children from Freya's clan and Loki's clan come out, it will be very exciting. That's right. Why don't we let Freya and Loki's clan and the child play a war game? That's a good idea. As they chatted, the topic was diverted by the excited gods to their grandma's home. In any case, I'm definitely against a one-on-one duel. Apollo pulled the topic back. Since this is a war game between the family clan and the family clan, then we should throw in the members of the two family clan. I suggest that we let the two family clan engage in a strategic battle for the position. Whoever grabs the position first will be considered the winner. What do you think? How is that possible? Hestia slammed the table and stood up. Then wouldn't it be impossible for my clan tribe to win? We're the same, aren't we? Apollo shrugged. If it was a one-on-one battle, wouldn't it be impossible for my clan tribe to win? It's your fault for not having a master in your clan, Hestia said, a little annoyed. Who's to blame for not being able to bring out the full potential of your child? If that's the case, then I can also say that it's your fault for having so few people in your clan. Apollo retorted without backing down. Who can you blame for not having the ability to get more children to follow you? You, alright. You're so annoying. Loki slammed the table, his face full of impatience. Let's have all the gods here write down their own ideas. Then, we'll draw lots to decide. Loki's suggestion was approved by all the gods present. Hestia and Apollo could only shut their mouths in the face of such a fair proposal and nodded in agreement. After a while, a box was placed in the middle of the round table, and each god placed a piece of parchment on the table in front of them. Then, each god wrote down their own ideas on the parchment and began to collect the parchments. After rolling them into balls, they threw them into the box. Hestia wrote the words, duel, on her own piece of paper. Naturally, Apollo wrote the words, positional warfare, on his own piece of paper and put them into the box one by one. When the lot was ready, Loki stood up. Let me do it. Both Hestia and Apollo raised their eyebrows upon hearing this. You want to do it? Hestia looked at Loki suspiciously. You're not siding with Apollo, are you? After all, the relationship between Hestia and Loki was bad. Every god knew about it. Goddess Loki, you're not siding with Hestia's family, are you? Apollo asked with a fake smile. Everyone knows that you also want that child to join your family. Loki glared fiercely at Hestia and Apollo. Don't worry, I hate both of you equally, so I won't be siding with either one of you. After that, Loki ignored all the gods present and began to flip through the parchments in the box. All the gods present held their breaths. Under the watchful eyes of all the gods, Loki took out a piece of parchment from the box. After glancing at the contents, he smacked his lips and threw the parchment on the table. On the crumpled parchment, there were 3 words written clearly. Siege War. Hestia's childish but cute face immediately darkened. Ha 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 ha. Apollo laughed out loud. He was very proud of himself. This is a sacred and fair decision of drawing lots. Hestia. You can't go against it. Although there was no positional battle, which Apollo wanted to see the most, it was still very advantageous for Apollo if it was a siege war. After all, in a siege war, whether it was attacking or defending, it required a large number of soldiers. In this regard, Apollo had a big advantage. How about this, Hestia's family will be the one to attack, Apollo said with a happy smile. No matter what, a family with only 2 people can't defend the city, right? Hestia bit her lip, but she could only accept the result. Since the method has been decided, let's decide on the date. Rocky announced in a businesslike manner without any mercy. We've already completed the guild's application, and will inform them of the details. Considering that the guild still needs to prepare a site for the city, we estimate that it'll take at least 3 days. Hence, we've decided to set the official date for 3 days from now. No objections. No objections. No objections. Of course, no objections. One by one, the gods voiced their opinions. When Freya, who had been drinking wine in silence, said something, she slowly put down the wine glass in her hand on the table, her smile never changing. No objections. Everyone agreed. Hesti, Apollo said with a smile on his face. In these 3 days, you have to help me take care of that child. Hestia just snorted, got up, and walked out without hesitation. Hephaestus had no choice but to follow her. After Hestia and Hephaestus left, the gods in the room started to leave as well. Loki, who was still sitting in his seat, ignored Apollo who was walking out and spoke to another goddess who was also sitting in her seat. Are you just going to watch that pervert touch the girl you like? Then what about you? Freya's expression changed as she asked. Don't you like that child very much? I only like his talent, but you like the child himself, don't you? Loki curled his lips. That's the object of your affection, and you just watch someone else get him. That's not your style. You said it yourself, it's only under the condition that someone else gets him. Freya raised her wine glass and looked at the dark red liquid in the glass. Her face curved into a seductive smile. How could a guy like Apollo get his hands on a child who could resist my charm and drive me crazy? Lucian thought to himself. Loki did not say anything else. This attitude proved that Loki and Freya had the same idea. Those members who haven't even reached LV, for want to fight against the child that even Finn can't see through, and Riveria said is very incredible. Loki looked at Apollo's back with pity. How shallow. Chapter 897. Siege Battle. On the other hand, Noah rubbed his chin and smiled after Hesti brought back the war game that was decided by the Gods' Council. That's good. Good? Hestia asked worriedly. That's a siege battle. The enemy will definitely send in a considerable amount of troops. Also, Apollo's spawn will be on the defending side. Can you really take down a city guarded by the elites of Apollo's spawn alone? One had to know that under normal circumstances, sieges were only used when there was no other choice. In order to take down an entire city, one would have to pay a huge price. After all, The attacking side needed a large number of siege weapons such as catapults, siege chariots, ballistas, and so on. They also needed to think of a way to break through the city gate and take down the city. On the other hand, the defending side not only had the absolute advantage, they also had the city as a barrier. A simple rain of arrows could cause a large number of casualties. Therefore, in a siege battle, one would have to prepare 3 times more troops and supplies than the enemy in order to take down the city. Although there was no gunpowder or cannonballs in this world, magic was not any weaker than gunpowder or cannonballs. Its power was even greater than that. So, as the one attacking the city, once Noah came to the bottom of the city, he would be bombarded with unimaginable magic and buried alive, right? In any case, a siege battle was too difficult for Noah. That was what Hestia and Baal thought. Commander, Baal mustered up his courage. Sure enough, let me fight. At least we can have one more person. You are a one newbie adventurer. It's like nothing in a war, Noah declared mercilessly. I'll fight alone. This is something that has been decided. No one is allowed to object. After that, Noah stood up and walked towards the door. Hestia couldn't help but ask. Where are you going? The dungeon, Noah said without looking back. 3 days. I don't have the time to waste playing games with that disgusting god. I don't know how much time I have to improve. Hence, when Noah completely ignored the war game with the Apollonian spawn and entered the buried city for 3 days of training and killing time, the people in Eulalie's world had entered a lively atmosphere as if they were holding a festival. As the news of the upcoming war game between Hestia's clan and Apollo's clan spread out, almost every place was talking about the war game between the two clans. Basically, most people thought that Hestia's spawn, which only had 2 members, had no chance of winning against Apollo's spawn, which was hundreds of times more numerous. On the contrary, the gods seemed to be looking forward to an upset. They kept promoting how powerful Noah Doria was. As a result, even the ordinary people in Eulalia began to know that Noah had the strength to contend with LV7, and all of them became noisier. Under such circumstances, Apollo's spawn quietly left Eulalie. Not long ago, the guild had conveyed the location of the war game. Therefore, as the defending side, Apollo's spawn began to set off in advance to prepare in their own city. This time, the war game would take place in a ruin. It was a place built on a plain with no forests, no hills, and a walled city in the middle. Thousands of years ago, before God came to this world, in order to keep the cities and towns behind Eulalie away from the monsters that emerged from the big hole of the underground city without the Tower of Babel as a cover, or to stop them, they built a fortress near Eulalie. Although almost all of these walled cities had turned into ruins today, only this walled city was still more or less in use until a century ago, so it was still intact. This time, the war game chose this walled city as the battlefield. It took a day for 110 people belonging to Apollo's spawn to arrive here. These 110 people were almost all the members of Apollo's spawn that could be used. The rest of the people who didn't come were either support, novice adventurers, or other members who were in charge of clerical work and couldn't play an effective combat role. After arriving here, these people began to busy themselves with the repair work of the city wall, or the storage and allocation of spare weapons, items, food, and so on. It could be said that the preparations were complete. Obviously, even if the situation was very favorable to Apollo, the gods still didn't want to be overturned by unnecessary carelessness. Just like in the beginning, in order to get Noah, Apollo not only prepared to find trouble in the hotel, but also kidnapped Bear. From this point of view, Apollo did have some redeeming qualities. Thus, time gradually passed while Eulalia's gods and humans were bustling with activity, and Apollo's minions were quietly busy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It took a whole day to set off from Eulalia to the location of the war game. The guild used 3 days to prepare the site. 1 day was used to prepare for Apollo's spawn, who were the defenders of the city. Therefore, 2 days after the end of the gods' assembly, Apollo's spawn set off. As for the attackers, Hestia's spawn could only set off after 3 days. Plus the 1 day it took to move, the real war game actually took 4 days to start. On this day, Noah left Eulalia early in the morning and went outside. Here, a carriage had been prepared for a long time. Noah didn't even bring any luggage with him. He wore casual clothes and went to the city gate built on the city wall. He stopped in front of the carriage that was responsible for taking him to the war game stage. Hestia and Bear were also here. Seeing Noah stop in front of the carriage, Hestia looked up and looked at Noah. There was no worry in her eyes, only trust. "I'll wait for you here." "Okay." Noah nodded and looked at Bear with a smile. "I'll leave Hestia to you." "Yes." Bear replied loudly. "Good luck, leader." Noah smiled and waved at Hestia and Bear in a carefree manner. Then he got into the carriage. Through the window of the carriage, Noah looked at Belle and Hestia who were staring at him from the outside and said calmly, "Don't worry about it. Let's go back. It won't take long." Hestia and Belle seemed to be influenced by Noah's confident words. Their expressions softened a lot. After nodding heavily, they turned around and returned to Eulalia without hesitation. Soon, the wheels of the carriage started to turn slowly. Accompanied by the neighing of the horses, the carriage gradually sped up, gradually moving towards its destination. Looking at the scenery outside the window that was gradually moving backward, Noah let go of the curtains and leaned against the carriage, holding a piece of paper in his hand. On this piece of paper was the information recorded. Noah Dole LV. 2 Strength, SSS, 1307, Durability, SSS, 1310, Dexterity, SSS, 1308, Agility, SSS, 1318, Magic, SSS, 1300, Mystery, iMagic, Skill Frowny Face Protection from the World, a permanent skill. It was equivalent to luck. Events that were directly related to luck would eventually lead to the most favorable outcome. There were only 3 days. Within 3 days, Noah had once again upgraded all his ability points to the SSS level. If Ace and the others saw Noah's current ability points, they would be more than just surprised. Well, it's better than nothing. Noah opened the curtain and threw the paper out of the window, letting it fly with the wind. Looking at the flying recording paper and the scenery outside the window, Noah's lips curled into a cold arc. Chapter 898. The streets were bustling. Today, Eulalia was several times livelier than usual. As if a festival was about to be held, all the taverns in Eulalia opened early in the morning. On the sides of the streets, in every corner, vendors began to set up their stalls. On the road, pieces of parchment used for propaganda were almost all over the walls of the buildings. They were used to promote the war game between Hestia's family and Apollo's family. It was precisely because of this exaggerated propaganda that Eulalia became as lively as a festival, turning a war game into an entertainment program for the citizens of Eulalia. Needless to say, there was no one else who would do such a thing, except for those gods who thought it was not lively enough. Thus, it was as if a grand football match was about to begin. After 3 to 4 days of publicity, almost all the adventurers chose to rest today. Some even opened gambling houses to display the purpose of entertainment incisively and vividly. Not only that, a stage was set up in front of the headquarters of the guild. A guild staff held a magic stone product that could be used as a microphone and made a loud and clear voice in the crowd below the stage. "Hello, everyone. I am the broadcaster responsible for the live broadcast of this war game. Please take care of me." Although the guild forbade direct conflicts between family members, for a war game like this, the guild would generally work with merchants to promote it. By doing so, it could liven up the atmosphere of the city and turn the war game into a kind of entertainment performance, instead of giving people a feeling of indulgence in the private fights between the family clans, and bringing the ordinary citizens an uneasy feeling of underground fists. Another purpose was to be able to make a fortune like this, just like holding a festival. The propaganda of the gods played an obvious role, and the secret operation of the guild definitely helped a lot. In addition, such activities were used to show the strength of Eulalia to the world, like a demonstration, and attract talented and promising adventurers to this city. Most importantly, war games were also an extreme form of entertainment that the gods pursued. When the people in Eulalia were lively, the gods began to gather in the Tower of Babel. On the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, most of the gods who looked forward to war games more than anyone else came here. Hestia and Apollo were among them. "How is it?" Apollo said to Hestia with his usual dazzling smile. "That child should be ready to come to me, right?" "Of course, I'm ready," Hestia said as she glanced at Apollo. "Get ready to defeat all of your children." "Well, this is the only time you can force yourself." Apollo shrugged lightly. He didn't take it seriously at all. He just looked at the sky outside the window and said this. "It should be about time, right? The war games will begin at noon." And now, it was almost noon. Loki, who was sitting at the head of the table, glanced at all the gods around him and said loudly, "Since it's almost time, let's begin." "All right." All the gods in Eulalia responded in unison. Then, they reached out their hands and snapped their fingers. But at this very moment, Wang! In Eulalia's world, whether it was the tavern, the street corner, or the front of the guild headquarters, many projection-like screens suddenly appeared in the air. On the screen, a city was reflected on it. That was the city that Apollo's minions were guarding. Wow! The countless round screens that appeared in every corner of the city caused a commotion in the sky above the city. Such an incredible thing could only be done by a god. In the lower realm, the gods had set a rule that they could never use the power of a god. If a god was found to be using the power of a god in the lower realm, that god would be sent back to the heavens. However, there were exceptions to everything. In the lower realm, the only power of a god that was allowed to be used was the ability called God's Mirror, which was similar to clairvoyance. This ability could broadcast everything that happened in a place that the gods wanted to see, no matter how far away it was. In order to allow the gods to enjoy the activities planned in the lower realm, this was the only exception that was allowed to be used. Of course, it could only be used when entertainment and activities such as war games were taking place. Otherwise, if it was used in private without permission, it would be banned. With this ability, even if it was far away from the war game, the people in Eulalia could see the whole process. Therefore, when the citizens began to clamor, the broadcaster in front of the guild headquarters began to explain. This time, the war game will be carried out by Hestia's family and Apollo's family. It will be a siege battle. First, we can see that the members of Apollo's family are ready in the city. Next, although it's hard to believe, I have to tell you that Hestia's family is only going to send one member out. So, where is this Noah Doria who has been rumored to be a god during this period of time? The bell announcing the start of the war is about to ring. The broadcaster's tone was very excited, and it brought everyone's emotions to the peak. Until, at a certain moment, the sound of a huge bell suddenly rang out. Clang! Accompanied by such a loud bell, the live broadcaster announced loudly. I announce. The war game belongs to Hestia's family and Apollo's family. It officially begins. Oh! Cheers that resounded through the sky rushed into the sky. On the other side, in a city far away from the Great Wall, the handsome human young man, Yacentos, sat on a throne in the middle of the city. Through the window, he looked at the city that was filled with members of his guild. The war was in the form of a siege war. The war would last for 3 days. As long as Yacentos, the general, could survive these 3 days or make the only member of the enemy, Noah Doria, unable to fight, it would be the victory of Apollo's family. However, if Noah broke into the city and defeated Yacentos, the leader of Hestia's family, it would be the victory of Hestia's family. In this situation, Yacentos looked out of the window with a gloomy expression filled with hatred. It's obvious that that guy won't break into the city openly. He will definitely choose to sneak in, find me, and kick me off the throne to win, right? Because of this reason, Yacintos gathered almost half of the members of his family tribe around him, and the rest were all patrolling the city. It could be said that the city was heavily guarded. This city was actually quite big. Originally, this was a fortress that was not enough to defend with 110 people. Therefore, Yakinto's arrangement reduced the number of soldiers in the city by half, and the number of soldiers in the city became even more insufficient. It doesn't matter. Anyway, that guy will definitely come here. Yacintos clenched his hand that was on the armrest of the throne, and his handsome face was twisted. When you come here, I will make you pay for the humiliation from a few days ago. Yacintos admired Apollo very much. From the beginning, Yacintos was full of jealousy and hatred toward Noah, who was favored by Apollo. This was the reason why Yacintos didn't hesitate to kill Abel as soon as he found an opportunity. Unfortunately, Yacintos' strength was only worth a kick from Noah. Recalling the embarrassment and humiliation that day, the hatred in Yacintos' heart began to boil. I won't let you go. I will never let you go, Noah Doria. At this moment, an instinctive sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Yacintos' mind, and his expression froze. Leader. A member of the group suddenly pointed outside and shouted with a face full of shock. There. Yacintos looked outside almost subconsciously. Then, Yacintos saw it. The originally clear sky suddenly seemed to be boiling, and a layer of dark clouds suddenly rolled up, like a whirlpool madly rolling up. What happened? Chapter 899. Dang! When the bell that announced the start of the war game rang from an unknown direction and spread throughout the ancient ruins, unlike Eulalie who was excited, the members of the Apollo family who were acting as soldiers in the city at the center of the battlefield felt their hearts skip a beat. This time, the war game was in the form of a siege battle, and the battle time was set to be 3 days. Although there was only one opponent, and it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that he was alone, the opponent was able to fight head-on with the only LV-7 in Eulalia for a period of time, and he was able to kick the strongest leader of Apollo's minions, Jacinthus, around like a ball. Therefore, even if they had an unparalleled advantage in terms of numbers and terrain, these people who belonged to Apollo's clan were all nervous when they thought about the strength of the enemy. So the atmosphere in the city was immediately heavy. However, compared to the heavy and tense atmosphere in the city, the atmosphere on the city wall was quite relaxed. After all, the opponent is only one person. No matter how strong he is, he can't directly attack the city from the front, right? A group of archers who were standing guard on the city wall focused most of their attention on the vast plain outside the city. While observing the movement on the plain, they were actually talking to each other. There was almost no cover on the plain in front of the city. As long as there was no problem with eyesight, it was basically impossible to miss the movement on the plain. In addition, no one thought that Noah would be stupid enough to come from the front and attack the city gate directly. Therefore, the people who were responsible for guarding the city wall were the least pressured. The opponent will definitely find a way to sneak into the city and directly attack the leader. That's right. Otherwise, do you really want to rely on one person to attack the city? Only a fool would do that. The members of Apollo's clan who were guarding the city wall believed so. Well, maybe the opponent will use magic on the first day to test the thickness of the city wall. If he can use magic to break the city wall, then he should choose to attack the city from the front, right? But, unfortunately, we are archers. Yeah. Generally speaking, the power and range of the magic was proportional to the length of the spell that needed to be chanted. If it was the kind of magic that needed a very long chanting time, then the power of the magic would definitely be unimaginable. That level of magic was more than enough to burn down an entire forest. It was not impossible to use it to break through the city walls. However, the longer it took to cast a powerful spell, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy would be. When using magic, mental strength would gradually transform into mana as the incantation was chanted. Naturally, the more concentration he consumed, the stronger the mana he converted into mana, and the easier it was for others to sense his mana fluctuations. Therefore, if it was an extremely long incantation that could break through the city walls, it would probably be discovered by the people on the city walls halfway through. At that time, as long as a rain of arrows rained down while chanting magic, the enemy who couldn't be distracted would instead become a real target. It was because of this that these archers were so relaxed. The enemy would definitely not attack head-on. Instead, they would try to sneak into the city and take down the general directly. That was what all the people guarding the city thought. Therefore, everything that happened next was simply a nightmare that would haunt those who believed so strongly in the spawn of Apollo for the rest of their lives. An archer who was chatting happily with his companion inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scenery in front of him. He was stunned for a moment before he cried out in surprise. "Look over there." Amidst the exclamation of the archer, all the archers on the city walls were stunned. They turned their heads and looked at the front of the plain. Immediately, all the archers on the scene saw it. On the vast plain, right in front of the city, a figure slowly walked towards them while facing the strong wind. The hem of his knee-length coat fluttered in the wind, appearing very mysterious. Although there was still a distance between them, all the archers on the city walls could clearly see the appearance of the person. A human with black hair and black eyes. Apart from the only member of Hestia's clan who was the opponent of Apollo's clan in this war game, who else could it be? Naturally, it was Noah. In front of all the archers on the city walls, Noah walked alone while facing the wind. He didn't chant any magic incantations, nor did he conceal himself. He just walked silently. Looking up at the Apollo's spawn, who were gaping at him from above, Noah smiled all of a sudden. That smile made the hearts of the archers of Apollo's minions tremble. Release. Release the arrows. On the city wall, an archer's hysterical yell resounded. Then, under the inexplicable fear, all the archers hysterically raised their longbows and aimed downwards. Whoosh 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 whoosh. After 2 or 3 seconds, an overwhelming rain of arrows immediately poured down from the city walls. They drew a perfect parabola in the air and shrouded Noah. Noah's field of vision was completely shrouded by the overwhelming rain of arrows. However, Noah's expression didn't change at all. Even the rhythm of his footsteps didn't change at all. He still slowly walked forward as if he intended to walk towards the overwhelming rain of arrows. Everyone who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise. Bang! Just as the overwhelming rain of arrows was about to envelop Noah's body, a storm-like mana wave surged from Noah's body, turning into a substantial shockwave with Noah as the center. The shockwave spread to the surroundings with Noah as the center. Boom! Accompanied by the shockwave of magic wave, the rain of arrows that shrouded the city seemed to have hit an invisible wall and scattered without any suspense. What? The archers on the city walls were all stunned. Noah's footsteps didn't stop from beginning to end. He walked forward at a leisurely pace as if he was taking a stroll. The next moment, a voice that seemed to come from the horizon clearly reverberated over the entire battlefield. I, with a violent heart, tightly cover the sky. I declare, roll up a storm for me, rain for me, and never allow you to disobey my orders. That was a lie to provoke the gods in the sky. That was the spirit of words that made the gods, who were enemies, tremble. When the spirit of words that had stepped into the realm of gods and released the power to kill gods resounded over the entire battlefield, in Noah's heart, the outline of the stone plate that was connected with 10 patterns, and the pattern representing the storm, lit up. Buzz! The whole sky trembled extremely abruptly, and then it suddenly turned dark. A thick layer of dark clouds appeared out of thin air, suddenly covering the whole sky, and like a lake that was stirred up, it madly rotated. After a while, a whirlpool-like layer of dark clouds was imprinted in everyone's eyes. At the same time, an extremely oppressive atmosphere pervaded the whole world. What's going on? Whether it was the gods and people in Eulalia or the adventurers in the city, they were all shocked by the sudden change in the sky. Therefore, no one noticed it at all. In front of the city, Noah's footsteps had already stopped. He raised one of his hands and waved it down heavily. Whoosh! A huge tornado suddenly appeared from the middle of the vortex in the dark clouds. It shot out like a huge drill that descended from the sky. It pushed against the trembling space and violently landed on the city amidst a wave of ear-piercing whistling sounds. Boom! An earth-shattering sound burst out, causing the minds of everyone who watched the huge tornado descending from the sky to go blank in an instant. Pa-gee pa-gee pa-gee. The city that was hit by the huge tornado made a hair-raising cracking sound. It was actually uprooted, and under the ravaging of the tornado, it was twisted into a pile of fragments. Chapter 900. What? What is that? Far away in Eulalia, in the Tower of Babel, a group of gods from the heaven looked at the apocalyptic scene in the divine mirror, and they all fell into an indescribable shock. On the projection-like screen, the magnificent city was being ravaged by a huge tornado that fell from the sky. The city walls were directly destroyed. The buildings were shattered into pieces one by one. Terrifying sand and dust rose from the ground. The world was pitch black. In the city, everything was twisted into pieces of rubble by the huge tornado. The rubble was swept into the tornado and blown into the sky. The gods could even see the adventurers belonging to Apollo's clan tumbling like rags in the huge tornado. It was as if they were thrown into a huge washing machine, constantly churning and making shrill screams. If such a scene couldn't be called terrifying, then what could be considered terrifying? Of course, for these gods, a tornado was nothing. However, from the tornado, every god present felt a sense of destruction, causing the hearts of these transcendental existences to tremble. Yes. Tremble. Gods, tremble. As a result, the entire Tower of Babel began to be filled with a deathly stillness. Compared to the gods who were all shocked on the spot, Apollo was completely stunned as he watched the members of his clan being engulfed by the huge tornado. Hesti, who was sitting in the corner, also opened her eyes wide. She stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene in the divine mirror. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. Hestia knew that Noah was definitely not an ordinary human being. How could an ordinary human be able to perform miracles that had never been done by other humans before? Hestia, who had witnessed Noah's incredible feats with her own eyes, never doubted that Noah was mysterious. She also knew that Noah must be hiding some big secrets. But Hestia didn't expect that Noah's miraculous abilities were still beyond her imagination. What kind of person is that child? A god from an unknown place murmured this sentence, but it was also the deepest thought in the hearts of all the gods present. Only Freya stared at the divine mirror. Standing in front of the city that was gradually being uprooted by the huge tornado, Noah's robe was fluttering wildly in the wind, but he stood still like an indomitable hero. Now, his body was trembling. At this time, in Freya's eyes, the brilliance of Noah's soul, which was originally as hot and dazzling as the sun, instantly soared countless times. If that radiance appeared in the form of light, it would definitely be able to burn and blind the eyes of any god or human. Ah! Ah! Freya, who saw this scene with her eyes that could see through other people's souls, tried her best to suppress the impulse that surged from the depths of her body. Her cheeks were completely red, and her body became extremely hot. She felt like she was about to burn up. This unprecedented pleasure brought Freya extreme insanity. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ignoring the astonishment of the gods around her, Freya laughed maniacally as if there was no one around her. She laughed maniacally like she would never do in the past. So beautiful. So beautiful. It's too beautiful. In front of others, Freya had always been very careful about her image as a goddess of beauty. However, the brilliance of Noah's soul was so dazzling that Freya couldn't care less. She hugged her body tightly and laughed enchantingly and crazily. From this, one could see how much Noah had stimulated Freya. That little guy actually stimulated that love-struck fool to this extent? Loki stared at Noah's figure. His eyes, which had always been narrowed, opened slightly, revealing a pair of eyes full of wisdom. The corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Interesting, it's really interesting. It's such a waste to let that little dwarf monopolize such a child. Freya. Hestia also noticed Freya's behavior. Her pretty face sank, but her eyes were full of determination. I won't let you touch Noah, never. It wasn't just the gods in the Tower of Babel. Even the residents in Orly, whether humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, or Amazons, were all shocked by the earth-shattering scene. However, these residents of the lower realm were not like the gods, who could feel the sense of destruction that the huge tornado carried that even the gods could not ignore. They only knew that Noah had launched a spell that could destroy the entire city in an instant. Oh! At that moment, the entire Orally was filled with earth-shattering cheers. Many people who were inextricably linked to Noah were also watching this scene. For example, Baal, who was so excited in the headquarters of Hestia's clan that he could not find his bearings. For example, in the headquarters of Sumo's clan, there was a petite little human girl with a frightened face. For example, in Loki's clan, there was a group of first-level adventurers with dull faces. For example, there was a beautiful girl with waist-length blonde hair and bright eyes, who was wearing a bracelet on her wrist and staring intently at Noah, who was standing in front of the huge tornado like an indomitable hero. Whoosh! The huge tornado was still raging on the ground, setting off an amazing gust of wind that swept in all directions. Standing in front of the huge tornado and staring at the disaster caused by his storm incarnation, Noah's pair of dark and deep eyes flashed slightly, and then he cancelled the use of authority. The huge tornado that was raging wildly suddenly stopped. Boom! Without any warning, the huge tornado suddenly burst open, turning into layers of wind and waves, shaking the surroundings and gradually dissipating. Immediately, the debris, rubble, and wreckage of the city swept up by the huge tornado fell from mid-air, like a collapsed mountain of rocks, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Boom! In the situation where even the ground trembled slightly, a large number of debris, rubble, and wreckage fell in front of Noah, causing a heavy bang and smoke to fill the sky. It didn't take long for the world to return to calm from the state of destruction just now, as if nothing had happened. However, the sturdy city had been completely reduced to ruins. This told everyone that everything was real. In the ruins of the dilapidated city, the members of Apollo's clan were either buried under the rubble or lying on pieces of broken building wreckage. All of them were motionless. Although they looked like they were dying, in fact, these people didn't suffer much damage at all, they just fainted. After all, the tornado just now was mainly used by Noah to destroy the city. The power had been deliberately suppressed by Noah to the point where it wouldn't kill people. Looking at the huge ruins, Noah curled his lips, lifted his feet, and walked purposefully in one direction of the ruins. After crossing the piles of rubble, pieces of debris, and wreckage of buildings, Noah came in front of a person lying on the ground and looked at him condescendingly. "How do you feel?" "Captain Jacintos." It was none other than Jacintos. Under Noah's purposeful control, the rest of the people didn't die, they just fainted. Only Jacintos still maintained a certain degree of consciousness. Jacintos, who was lying on the ground, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Noah, who was looking at him condescendingly. He looked around at his companions who had fallen in the ruins, and his body began to tremble. "You! How dare you!" Like an injured beast, Jacintos roared at Noah with his eyes wide open. "I want you to die." With a roar, Jacintos' body suddenly shot out, and he viciously pulled out the wavy long sword, which directly tore the air apart, and attacked Noah with a sharp sound. Chapter 901. Hiya! In the roar that was no different from the roar of a wild beast, Jacintos, who was holding the wavy sword, madly dashed toward Noah with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Jacintos, whose rationality had completely collapsed, only had hatred for Noah left in his heart. As a result, Jacintos, who had fallen into madness, suddenly forgot about it. Not long ago, when he faced Noah alone, what happened to the leader of the Apollo clan, who only had LV-3? A cold light flashed in Noah's eyes as he looked at Jacintos, who was charging at him. Noah had always hated mindless massacres. Therefore, Noah purposely suppressed the power of the storm for the ordinary members of Apollo's minions who were once forced to join Apollo's minions by various underhanded means. He only allowed the storm to destroy the city and did not cause much damage to the members of Apollo's minions. But Jacintos was different. From the very beginning, this person harbored strong enmity, malice, and even killing intent towards Noah. Therefore, Noah didn't let Jacintos die under the power of the storm incarnation. Firstly, it was not good to kill him in front of so many people. Secondly, he planned to defeat him with his own hands. He had completely and utterly defeated this true enemy. Thus, facing the violently chopping wave sword, Noah only took a step forward, his body strangely tilting to one side. Swish! In the next moment, the sharp long sword that was suffused with a cold light brought along a sharp wind as it brushed past Noah's chest and landed in the air. Die! Jacintos roared crazily, and his eyes turned red. His hand moved, and the wavy longsword slashed out horizontally like an arc light. Looking at the sudden change in Jacinto's attack, the corner of Noah's mouth curled up, and he sneered. He suddenly clenched his fist and punched out, heavily colliding with Jacinto's wavy longsword. Of course, Noah wasn't stupid enough to use his body to block a sharp weapon. Even if Noah had the ability that was far beyond the ordinary LV-2, even if he used the enhance magic, there was no way to make his body hard enough to not be injured. Therefore, Noah's punch accurately landed on the side of Jacinto's wavy sword, which was the flat surface of the sword. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, a huge force suddenly burst out from the wavy long sword and shook the hand of Jacintos who was holding the sword. Bang! A low muffled sound sounded, but Noah's body didn't move, while Jacinto's feet touched the ground, and he violently retreated more than 10 meters away. Seeing the fight between Noah and Jacinthus and how Noah easily pushed Jacinthus back, the gods and people far away in Eulalia all cheered out loud. Now, no one doubted Noah's victory. No. In the Tower of Babel, Apollo's hypocritical face finally disappeared completely. What was left was only a pale face, and he was still shouting at the god's mirror. Jacintos! You can't lose. You can't lose. Seeing how Apollo looked as if he was holding on to his last straw, the gods around him looked at him with pity and sympathy. So, didn't I say it? Loki curled his lips. So shallow. On the other side, Jacintos hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He felt that his arm that was holding the weapon was numb, and he let out a muffled groan. In front of Jacintos, Noah just looked up with a calm face and slowly raised one of his hands. Hum. A golden ripple suddenly fluctuated from the back of Jacintos without any warning. Inside, a luxurious knight's sword suddenly appeared. The movement from behind made Jacintos's pupils shrink, and he quickly moved to the side. However, just as Jacintos was about to retreat, the luxurious knight's sword shot out from the golden ripple like a bullet. It was mixed with a sharp force, and it mercilessly shot toward Jacintos's back. Knowing that he couldn't dodge the knight's sword anymore, Jacintos turned around and swung his sword at the knight's sword behind him, ignoring the pain in his body that was caused by the sudden movement of his sword. Clank! The sound of steel colliding with steel was heard. Crack! Almost at the same time, the sound of the wavy sword in Jacintos's hand cracking echoed. Bang! Jacintos's wavy sword, which could only be regarded as a level 3 weapon, was directly shattered into pieces by the noble phantasm that only existed in myths and legends. Immediately afterward, a chain suddenly shot out from the golden ripples that hadn't disappeared yet. Like a whip, it viciously lashed at Jacintos. Dong! With a muffled sound, the chain that turned into a whip hit Jacintos's chest heavily. Poochie! The huge impact from his chest made Jacintos spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward like an arrow that was released from a bow. In the end, he crashed into a broken wall heavily. The sharp pain hit Jacintos's head, and his vision began to blur as his body fell down. Just as Jacintos's body was about to fall down, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Jacintos's neck, hanging him up. Guh! The feeling of suffocation replaced the sharp pain, and Jacintos reflexively grabbed the hand that was grabbing his neck and began to struggle in pain. In the end, Jacintos only saw a pair of dark and deep eyes that were filled with coldness. Since you want to take someone else's life, you should be prepared to be killed by someone else at any time. A voice drifted into Jacintos's ears. In order not to bring trouble to Hestia, I'll leave your life with her for now. In a few days, I'll go and get it myself, together with your most disgusting master god, after that, Jacinthos's consciousness began to fade away and completely disappeared. Oh, 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 oh. In the divine mirror, Noah threw Jacinthos's head down on the ground like a rag and then turned around and left as if he had done something insignificant. The residents in Eulalia's divine mirror cheered loudly. Dang! The bell that announced the outcome of the battle echoed throughout the city. The battle is over. On the stage of the headquarters of the guild, the broadcaster leaned forward and shouted at the magic stone product in his hand with a red face. The winner is Hestia's family. The announcement of the victory made the residents cheer and the gods in the Tower of Babel laugh with satisfaction. As far as entertainment was concerned, the shock brought by Noah was sufficient entertainment. The gods were satisfied. Only Apollo retreated with a pale face. However, at this time, Hestia suddenly stood up from her seat at the round table and looked at Apollo with the most beautiful smile. That smile made Apollo's heart tremble. I remember that I haven't asked for the victory of the war game, right? Hestia's smile became more and more beautiful as she faced Apollo, who wanted to take her favorite child by force. Have you made up your mind? Apollo finally realized what kind of person he had offended. His face turned pale as he cried out in alarm. Wait. Who will wait for a pervert like you? I've tolerated you for a long time. Hestia shouted angrily. Apollo! I order you with the right of the winner of the war game. I'll confiscate all your property. Disband your clan tribe. I'll banish you forever. You're not allowed to step into Eulalia for the rest of your life. Facing Hestia's merciless order, Apollo screamed miserably. However, Apollo didn't realize that the real punishment hadn't come yet. Chapter 902. In the end, the war game ended with the victory of Hestia's clan, who only sent one person to participate in the battle and defeated the entire clan of Apollo. This war game would undoubtedly become a topic that would be repeatedly mentioned by all the residents of Eulalia in the future. After all, no one could forget that Noah used a tornado to defeat the entire city, and he also defeated the clan of Apollo and played with the level 3 Jacinthus in the palm of his hand. In addition, the previous gods deliberately promoted the fact that Noah could compete with the only level 7 in Eulalia. It was believed that from now on, the whole world would remember the name Noah Doria. No one would doubt it. This person would become a legend. Many people began to look forward to seeing with their own eyes the person who could summon such a devastating tornado with a wave of her hand in Eulalia. On the other hand, as the loser, Apollo's family clan began to obey Hestia's request and disbanded immediately. Those who had received Apollo's favor would all be liberated by Apollo, and they would no longer belong to him. After being liberated by Apollo, the favor of these former members of the clan of Apollo would not disappear. Even if Apollo was really dead, those favor would not disappear. Hestia also said that the favor of the gods was at best an accelerant used to draw out the possibility of the people in the lower realm. In such a case, the possibility of the people in the lower realm that had been drawn out naturally would not disappear. However, without the main god, the ability value could no longer be updated, and the favor from the gods would also lose its vitality, so the possibility of being drawn out would be in a frozen state. There was no way to enhance the ability of the people who received the favor. Including basic ability, development ability, magic, skills, and so on, all would be sealed. Of course, it was only because of the loss of the main god that the effect could not continue to be maintained, but the possibility of being drawn out did not disappear. When these people rejoined the clan and received the blood of the main god of other clan, the sacred text engraved on the back of these people would once again exert its effect without any decrease. Therefore, some of these former members of Apollo's clan began to explore their future path, some accepted the recruitment of other clans, and some were unable to recover from the setback. Everyone had their own path of development. Naturally, a small number of people who were really fascinated by Apollo would continue to follow Apollo and leave Eulalia. For example, Jacinthus. This person would definitely leave with Apollo. As for all the property left by the clan of Apollo, it all belonged to the clan of Hestia. In the dark night, at the city gate of Eulalie, a group of people came out of the city sparsely. Looking around at the few members who were following him, Apollo recalled the glory days of the past. His face was filled with bitterness. Those adorable children that I finally managed to get my hands on have all left me. This was the result of forcefully seizing and using all kinds of pestering and underhanded methods to pursue the person one liked. As a result, except for the people led by Jacinthus, more than 80% of the clan of Apollo did not choose to follow Apollo, and they left this god who was extremely dirty in all aspects without hesitation. Apollo, are we just going to let it go like this? Jacinthus' face was full of unwillingness. It's all because of that Noah dole that we have fallen to this state. Apollo, that man is not worthy of so much love from you. Like Jacinthus, the rest of the people who followed Apollo more or less showed some unwillingness and hatred. It can't be helped, Jacinthus. That child is too outstanding, too dazzling. Even Goddess Freya and Goddess Loki are trying to get that child. How can I, Apollo, not be captivated by him? Apollo sighed with some sadness, but in the next second, he showed a somewhat ugly smile. However, since I can't get that child, then let me leave some gifts for him. Hearing this, Jacinthus' eyes lit up, and the unwillingness and hatred on his face eased a little. Although he was obsessed with Apollo, because of this, no one knew Apollo better than Jacinthus. With the vile divinity of Apollo, who did not hesitate to use any underhanded means to force the person he fancied into his arms, now that he had finally stumbled in front of a person, how could there not be some trouble left behind? Even if I can't get that child, I have to leave a deep impression on that child. Apollo's dazzling smile as usual bloomed in the dark night. Whether it's love or hate, as long as I can make that child remember me, I have to try, right? As soon as this sentence fell from Apollo's mouth, a cold voice sounded and drilled into the ears of everyone present. I think, let me leave an unforgettable impression on you. When that cold voice sounded and drilled into the ears of the remaining members of Apollo's family led by Apollo, everyone present was shocked, and they suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. They saw that under the dark moonlight, a figure appeared on a tree without them noticing. Leaning against the trunk, he looked down at the group of people led by Apollo with a faint smile on his face that made everyone feel a slight chill in their hearts. It's you. Apollo said in shock. It's you. Jacinthus was slightly stunned at first, but then his face sank, and hatred appeared in his eyes. Noah Dole. Hearing this name, the group of people who planned to follow Apollo reacted, and like Jacinthus, they looked at Noah with hatred and malice in their eyes. Noah, who was leaning against the trunk, clearly saw the hatred and malice in the eyes of those people, and his voice was full of indifference. It seems that the guys here are not innocent. Even if you kill them, it should be fine, right? Kill them. Apollo was stunned on the spot. Kill them. Those who followed Apollo didn't realize anything from Noah's words at all, and they all looked at each other. Kill them. Only Jacinthus recalled the words he heard before he was defeated by Noah during the war game, and a sense of crisis surged all over his body, causing him to yell out loud. Quick! Kill him! He's here to kill us. However, this sentence instead became the talisman that hastened the death of everyone present. Although the remaining members of Apollo's family didn't understand what was going on, when they heard Jacinthus' order, the hatred and malice in their eyes finally exploded. The hatred and malice in these people's hearts had already reached the limit of the culprit who forced them into this situation. It was to the point that these people had forgotten. This person in front of them was not someone they could deal with. Hiya! Therefore, without any hesitation, except for Jacinthus who was protecting Apollo, the rest of the people raised their sharp weapons and charged toward Noah while roaring. However, at the same time, beside Noah who was leaning against the tree with his arms crossed, golden ripples suddenly flashed in the air like water waves, and weapons popped out one after another. Luxurious weapons such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and other weapons shot out from the golden ripples like arrows leaving their bowstrings. Carrying streams of light composed of golden particles, they shot out like deadly beams of light, piercing through the space and enveloping the charging people. Pucci! Pucci! Poochie. There was no surprise at all. Along with the sound of bodies being pierced through, the remaining members of Apollo's family who were not even at LV-3, and some of them were only at LV-1, had their bodies pierced through by the treasures one by one, bringing out bursts of crimson blood. They didn't even have time to scream. These people all fell to the ground. Chapter 903. Peng. Peng, 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 along with a series of dull thuds, the remaining members of Apollo's clan fell to the ground one by one with bright red blood stains, and the life force on their bodies began to disappear gradually. After these people fell to the ground, the noble phantoms that pierced through their bodies also turned into light particles and returned to Noah's treasure vault. What? Apollo's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Of course, Apollo's disbelief was not because he doubted that Noah had the ability to kill those people in an instant, but because he couldn't believe that Noah actually killed them. You. Yacentos also shouted out in shock. You actually killed them. Hearing this, Noah smirked and looked at Yacentos with sarcasm. Since you want to kill others, then you should be prepared that your life will be taken away by others at any time. Since you want to kill me, do you think that I will show you mercy? From the beginning, Noah and Hestia didn't provoke anyone, but for no reason, Apollo made things difficult for them. In order to obtain Noah, Apollo did not hesitate to let the people of the Spawn tribe find fault with Noah for no reason and kidnap Baal. His methods could not be described as not despicable. As for Yacintos, he had even tried to kill Noah many times. Just because of a brainless jealousy, Noah had become a thorn in the other party's side. Noah was the kind of person who would treat others better if they treated him well, and treat others worse if they treated him badly. Apollo and Yacentos made things difficult for him one after another, and this made Noah remember this in his heart. However, because the guild had clearly stated that direct conflicts between clan members were prohibited, Noah didn't blatantly report what these people did. After all, even if Noah didn't care about the guild's rules, his clan would still be banned by the guild. In that case, Hestia and Baal would definitely be implicated. In order to not let Hestia and Baal be implicated, Noah deliberately took a big detour and waited until today. Now, the entire clan of Apollo had been disbanded, and the innocent people who were forced by Apollo had all left Apollo's side. Only these people who were on Apollo's side were left. In addition, Apollo had been exiled from Eulalia forever, so even if Noah killed these people here, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. I have tolerated you for a long time. Noah jumped down from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. There were golden ripples floating behind him like a shadow, and they moved with Noah's movement. Raising his head, Noah looked at Apollo and Yacinthus, whose expressions changed drastically. He no longer concealed the coldness in his eyes and released a shocking murderous intent. Today, let me settle this score with you. Feeling the shocking murderous intent from Noah at this moment, not to mention Yacentos, Apollo was the first one who couldn't take it. He took a step back and screamed with a pale face. Yeah. Yacentos. Hearing the screams of Apollo, although Yacinthus was also shocked by the shocking murderous intent, and his body was frozen on the spot, the fear in his heart aroused even more intense unwillingness and hatred towards Noah, making him scream hysterically. You, a lowly and weak adventurer from a clan, want to kill me? Dream on. Twice. From beginning to end, Yacinthus had been defeated by Noah twice without being able to fight back. Yacentos knew that with his strength, there was no way he could win against this terrifying opponent in front of him. However, in the previous two battles with Noah, Yacentos also had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. To be precise, it should be said that in the face of Noah's terrifying strength that was far above his own, Yacinthos didn't have time to use his trump card twice, and he was easily defeated by Noah. This time, Yacentos wouldn't overestimate himself and challenge Noah again. Facing the executioner who was releasing his murderous intent, Yacentos, who knew that he couldn't challenge Noah at all, didn't hesitate to use his last trump card, which was also his last hope of surviving from Noah's attack. It was a trump card that could bring someone back to life, magic. Yacentos, who couldn't use his own strength to resist Noah, could only use the only trump card that could turn the situation around. Jacintos immediately jumped back with all his strength. My name is Love, the darling of light, I offer myself to my son. My name is Sin, the envy of wind, I summon a gust of wind to be cast will of fire, come on, wind of the west. In this jump, under the threat of death, Jacintos chanted his magic incantation at an unprecedented speed, and the huge amount of magic power transformed from his mind power surged back and forth around Jacintos. Seeing this, Noah narrowed his eyes, but he didn't stop Jacintos. He just stood there without moving. Seeing this, Jacintos was happy and angry. He was happy that Noah didn't want to stop him from using magic. He was angry that Noah underestimated him. Under the control of his emotions, Jacintos roared, twisted his upper body, lowered his center of gravity, and lowered his left arm while raising his right arm high. His posture was like a sports player throwing a discus. Wang! The magic power that surged around Jacintos suddenly condensed on his right hand and turned into a bright, hot disc that looked like the outline of the sun. Zephylos dash. As Jacintos roared the name of the magic spell, he swung his arm and pushed his right hand hard, throwing out the big disc that looked like a real discus. Wang! The bright and dazzling sun suddenly rotated at a high speed, emitting a trembling sound that caused the space to tremble. It cut through the space like a ferocious cutting machine, bringing along a stream of light as it shot directly in Noah's direction. Whoosh! However, at the same time, a luxurious spear suddenly bounced up from a golden ripple behind Noah and shot out like a meteor. With a sharp piercing sound, it collided with the dazzling sun that was coming at him. Dong! A muffled sound that shook the air suddenly sounded. A burst of extreme shockwaves exploded. The bright, dazzling sun only froze for a moment. Then, it was pushed back by the spear that collided with it. Bang dash! Therefore, the bright, dazzling sun directly exploded under the unparalleled impact, scattering into sparks all over the sky. Jacintos didn't even have time to react before the luxurious spear shot out from the sparks all over the sky. Under Jacintos' horrified expression, the spear resisted the fierce wind and landed on Jacintos' chest. Puk dash! The sharp spear pierced through Jacintos' chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, the spear that pierced through Jacintos' chest continued to fly forward without slowing down. It carried Jacintos' body and landed on Eulalie's city wall like a bullet. Clang dash! With a sound of metal colliding, the spear was nailed to the city wall. Naturally, Jacintos, who was pierced through the chest by the spear, was also nailed to the city wall. His eyes were wide open, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and chest, but he couldn't move anymore. Jacintos was dead. Jacintos! Apollo let out a miserable cry. However, at this moment, golden ripples began to reverberate around Apollo, surrounding him within. In the next second, silver chains with wedges of different shapes burst out from the golden ripples. They wrapped around Apollo's body and wrapped around him. Pa! As the chains were pulled, Apollo screamed in pain as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 904. From the moment Jacintos decided to use magic to gamble everything, to the moment Noah used his noble phantasm to defeat Jacintos' last resort, Noah killed Jacintos and hung Apollo up with Enkidu. The whole process didn't even take 20 seconds. In 20 seconds, Jacintos, who was a LV-3 adventurer, was killed, and Apollo, who was the main god of Apollo's family, was also bound. Such a rapid development made Apollo's mind a little blank. He was stunned and couldn't move. At this time, in Apollo's heart, there was finally a feeling called regret. For Apollo, he just wanted to get what he wanted, and he didn't consider the feelings of those who were harassed by him. Therefore, Apollo never felt that what he did was wrong, and he never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Therefore, even if he was defeated in the war game, even if Hestia announced the disbandment of Apollo's family as the winner, Apollo didn't feel any regret. After all, for these gods, the joy, anger, sorrow, and other things that could lead to these feelings were just a kind of enjoyment. The regret in Apollo's heart was also a kind of enjoyment that belonged to the gods. In the hearts of the gods, this lower realm was actually a game to experience life. Therefore, Apollo didn't realize. Tonight, the person who appeared here to completely solve the remaining problems of Apollo's family was not going to end the game called life, but the life of a god. Looking at Apollo's face full of regret, Noah's eyes flashed, and he reached out his hand to a golden ripple on the side. Wang! In the tremor of the golden ripple that seemed to be imprinted in space, a long spear like floating from the water bounced out of the golden ripple, and it just happened to fall into Noah's outstretched hand, and it was pulled out by Noah from the golden ripple. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a long spear that was dark red in color. However, there wasn't only one spearhead of the long spear. Instead, it was like a fork, like a parallel line. It was divided into two, and stretched out in a forked shape. Holding the two-pronged dark red spear, Noah lifted his foot and slowly walked towards Apollo. Only then did Apollo realize that Noah was walking towards him with a dark red forked spear in his hand. Apollo's eyes widened and his lips began to tremble. Wait. Wait. What do you want? Noah didn't even bother to pay attention to Apollo. His face was still cold as he resolutely walked towards Apollo. Are you going to attack me? Apollo shouted in shock. Are you crazy? It was no wonder that Apollo was so shocked. This was because to the people of this world, the act of killing a god was an absolute taboo. Only a god could attack a god. Once a god was fatally injured, the divine power sealed within his body would automatically activate to maintain his body's life. Therefore, even if a god was killed in the mortal realm, he wouldn't die. However, if a god was injured and needed to activate his divine power to restore his identity and power, then according to the rules set by the gods, even if he didn't use it voluntarily, he would be regarded as using divine power and would be forcibly sent back to heaven. Under such circumstances, Apollo's heart was filled with two other emotions that were on par with regret. First, he was shocked. He was shocked that Noah dared to attack a god despite the absolute taboo. Second, he was anxious. Anxiously, if Noah really did not hesitate to commit a great taboo to kill him, Apollo, whose divine power had been triggered, could only be sent back to the heaven realm. This was something Apollo absolutely didn't want to accept. Wait. Child. Calm down. At that moment, Apollo's voice became like a scream. I admit that I was possessed this time. I shouldn't have attacked you. But that's also because you're too outstanding and too cute. For Hestia's sake, please let me go this time, okay? Hearing Apollo's pitiful pleading, Noah finally arrived in front of Apollo. Looking at Apollo's deathly pale face, he sneered. Whoosh! Without any warning, Noah spun the dark red spear in his hand and performed a beautiful spear dance. As Apollo's expression changed, the relic in his hand turned into a red lightning bolt and pierced towards Apollo with a sharp wind. Slash! The familiar sound of a body being pierced echoed in the air. The dark red spear pierced through Apollo's chest and crushed his heart. Apollo opened his mouth and let out a silent scream. He stared at Noah with his eyes wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Let you go this time. Noah, who was holding the dark red spear, laughed sarcastically. Then, have you ever thought of letting go of those innocent people whose lives were almost ruined by you, who were taken by force, just this once? Apollo's eyes widened and finally, the light in his eyes began to fade. Clang! At that moment, a strong light that was stronger than any light in the world burst out from Apollo's body and illuminated the darkness. Undoubtedly, the divine power in Apollo's body, which was fatally injured, was triggered automatically to save Apollo's life. The dazzling light kept flowing around Apollo's body and restored the light in his eyes that was about to fade away. Buzz! However, at that moment, the dark red spear that pierced through Apollo's heart suddenly trembled and released a red light that was even brighter than the light that burst out from Apollo's body. Under this dazzling red light, the light flowing around Apollo's body trembled violently and was actually dispelled. The red light that blossomed from the dark red spear also poured into Apollo's body and attacked Apollo's body that had recovered the identity of a god and even the life in this body. Ah 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 ah. Apollo finally let out an uncontrollable scream. do you think that I'm just going to send you back to heaven? Noah was indifferent and even smiled indifferently. Unfortunately, you're wrong. I want you to completely disappear from any corner of this world. After saying that, Noah poured the magic in his body into the dark red spear in his hand like a flood. This spear had a name that was impossible for anyone not to know. Longinus spear. It was a spear that was clearly recorded in the Bible that pierced through the Son of God named Jesus. Because of this incident recorded in the Bible, this spear had the power to cause harm to God. Therefore, it was also known as the Spear of God. Through the hands of Gaia and Aleia, this spear fell into Noah's hands. The ability of this gun was similar to that of the Enkidu, which was also an armament used against the gods. The Heaven's Lock's ability was that the higher the target's divinity, the stronger it would become. The Longinus spear's ability was that the higher the target's divinity, the more damage it would cause. With Apollo's rank as a god, his divinity was high enough to instantly kill him. Thus, in the midst of Apollo's mournful screams, he who was tightly bound by the silver chains was suddenly swallowed by the red light and turned into a burst of light particles, gradually disappearing. Apollo, dead. Perhaps, until the end, Apollo would never believe that in this game called the Lower Realm, he would actually lose his life. However, this world doesn't have Pandora's great curse, so it's impossible for the person who killed God to obtain God's authority. Leaving this sentence, Noah was just about to turn around and leave when a burst of brilliant white light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes from where Apollo turned into light particles and disappeared. Seeing this, Noah's footsteps stopped as he was stunned. It can't be. Chapter 905. Clang. In the space where the existence called God was annihilated in the long river of history and turned into a burst of light particles and dissipated, an incomplete feather that was flowing with extremely pure white light slowly floated down and suspended in the space in front of Noah. Looking at the incomplete holy feather, Noah was completely stunned. He even stretched out his hand towards the incomplete feather with some uncertainty. The next moment, the incomplete feather that only Noah could see was like a bird returning to its nest. With a tremor, it floated without hesitation towards Noah's outstretched hand and gently fell into Noah's palm. Feeling the weightless but extremely familiar touch, Noah's somewhat disbelieving expression gradually turned into a wry smile, and finally, it turned into a dumbfounded expression. So that's how it is. This kind of thing can also happen. Noah really didn't expect that he would actually find the lost world fragment in this world under such circumstances. Originally, Noah planned to temporarily train the ability value he got from Hestia, and after confirming how much help the world fragment brought to him, he would think of a way to find the world fragment. Who would have thought that, in order to get rid of a perverted god who was obviously a male but had designs on her, she had accidentally caused the world fragment to appear. As mentioned before, the world fragment existed in various forms. Sometimes it was lodging in an object. Sometimes it was lost in a certain corner. Sometimes it was a substantial existence that was picked up by someone. Sometimes it needed to meet a certain condition to appear. In the world of the Dark Bullet, Noah saw the world fragment because he saw hope and miracle in that world that was facing despair. This time, it was just the same thing happening once again. The difference was that this time, the condition for the world fragment to appear was not to see hope in despair, but to destroy the god who was enjoying the world as a game. If Apollo didn't find Noah and used all kinds of despicable means to challenge Noah's bottom line and arouse Noah's killing intent, then, perhaps, Noah would never be able to find the world fragment in this world. After all, Noah wouldn't suddenly kill a god for no reason, right? Should I say that fate is playing tricks on me? Or is it fate playing tricks on me? After retrieving the world fragment that he accidentally found, Noah looked at the gradually disappearing light particles and smiled slightly. You should feel proud. In the end, your meaningless life made a world be reborn. After saying that, Noah looked around. Looking at the remaining scourges of Apollo's family on the ground and Jacinto's who was nailed to the city wall by a spear, he waved his hand, and golden ripples appeared on the corpses one by one. Immediately, from each golden ripple, a bottle filled with an unknown liquid appeared and smashed on the corpses. Bang, 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 bang. The bottles exploded one by one, and the liquid inside directly drenched the corpses. Bang! Then, a burst of scorching flames suddenly burned from the corpses and covered them all. In this way, including the god, the entire Apollo's family disappeared without a trace. Noah looked at the dark moonlight, turned around, and walked into Orly's house. Cheers! In the base camp of Hestia's family, Noah, Hestia, and Baal were all holding a drink in their hands, and with a crisp, ding sound, they clinked their drinks with each other. At this moment, on the table in front of the three of them, there were plates of hot dishes piled up, and some of them could only be stacked on top of each other. It was obvious that Noah, Hestia, and Baal were holding a small celebration party. It had been several days since the end of the war game. Because they had been busy receiving the property left behind by Apollo's family, Noah and the others hadn't been able to hold a celebration party. Today, when Hestia came back, she immediately said that the property of Apollo's family had been received, and even the base camp of Apollo's family had been sold for money, so they could hold a celebration party. Upon closer inspection, one could see that in the corner of the hall, there were sacks the size of sacks. Of course, those sacks weren't filled with rice, but with golden coins. Those were all brought back by Hestia after she had converted the property of Apollo's family into money. Noah still remembered that Baal's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw those sacks filled with dazzling gold coins. It was really hilarious. But, is this okay? Noah, who had finished his drink, looked at Hestia and asked. Forget about the other things, but the base camp of Apollo's family is said to be very grand. Why did you sell it? Don't you want to live in a grand house? It must be known that Apollo's family was the backbone of the forces in Orly. There were 110 combatants who participated in the war game alone. To let so many people live in a base camp, one could imagine the size of the base camp. Even if it couldn't be compared to the base camp of Loki's family, which could accommodate thousands of people, it definitely wouldn't be worse than this house that could only accommodate 3 people. Why didn't Hestia want to move there? There's no need for that now, Hestia said without hiding anything. Not only did you buy this house, Noah, but we've also lived here for less than 2 months. I feel a little reluctant to give it up so casually. Anyway, there are only 3 of us, so there's no need to live in such a big place. I'm very satisfied with this place. I also think this place is good, Baal nodded and said embarrassedly. I won't be used to living in a place that's too big. But, I don't think it's good to sell the mansion so casually, Noah scratched his cheek and said. After the war game, after seeing my performance, there should be a lot of people who want to join our clan tribe. Well, although it sounds like I'm bragging a bit. You're not boastful, Noah, Hestia corrected him. Your performance in the war game was without a doubt the best. That's right. Baal nodded even more quickly as if he wanted to increase the credibility of his words. Captain, you were really amazing that day. You destroyed a city with a single spell. You defeated the entire Apollo's family single-handedly. I'm sure many people in Orly are starting to admire you, Captain. I'm embarrassed to be told that by my own people. Noah smiled embarrassedly and shrugged. If that's the case, many people will want to join our family. When that time comes, this small place won't be able to accommodate so many people, right? You're right. Hestia's expression became a little uncertain. It's just that I don't want to suddenly increase the number of members. You don't want to suddenly increase the number of members? Baal was stunned. You don't want to suddenly increase the number of members? Noah was also stunned. Why is that? Hearing this, Hestia couldn't help but recall what had happened when the war game announced the victory of Hestia's family. She had judged Apollo and waited until the gods began to leave the Tower of Babel. After Hestia judged Apollo, the gods who were gloating over Apollo's misfortune took the initiative to escort Apollo and witness him passing the property of Hestia's family to Hestia. Seeing Apollo being escorted away by the gods, Hestia was in a good mood and planned to follow them. Hestia. At this time, a voice stopped her. Chapter 906. Hestia. The voice that called out to Hestia was an extremely seductive voice that could make one's body go numb, as if one's soul would be taken away. Hearing this voice, the smile on Hestia's face froze as her heart sunk. However, Hestia couldn't ignore the voice. She slowly turned around and looked at the source of the voice. A beautiful silver-haired goddess stood up from a seat at the large round table and came to Hestia with a gorgeous smile on her face. Seeing this smile, Hestia's heart sank even deeper. It was not a friendly smile at all. It was as if she was looking at a childhood friend who had taken away her favorite toy. It was a smile as if she had done something wrong. That child is really outstanding. Hestia naturally knew who Freya was referring to. Biting her lips, the petite goddess glared at Freya. So, what do you want? It's nothing. Freya smiled sweetly as if she was talking to herself. Originally, I wanted to observe the child for a while because he seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Even I don't dare to say that I can win him over. Noah is not a toy. Hestia resolutely interrupted Freya's mutterings. Don't take him away as if he's an object. In terms of affection, Freya was almost no different from Apollo. In terms of cruelty, Freya was even more ruthless than Apollo. At least, after Apollo had won the girl's heart, he would treat her like a human. But Freya treated the person she liked like a collector's item. Anyone who was a goddess would know that Freya had a hobby of collecting children from the lower realm. Especially those who had outstanding souls. Freya was like a drug addict who was chasing after drugs. It could only be described as crazy. In the past, before Freya descended to the lower realm, she had collected the souls of those who were called heroes by the people of the lower realm. She hid them in her palace more than once. After loving them for a while, she lost interest in them and kept them in her palace. She did not allow them to reincarnate. Those who had made great contributions to the people of the lower realm were given the cruelest ending. That was why Freya knew. If Noah fell into Freya's hands, he would not have a good ending. As if she had seen through Hestia's thoughts, Freya smiled. Her smile was quite creepy. I'm sorry, Hestia. This time, you really misunderstood me. Misunderstood? Hestia raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? You think I'll treat that child as a collector's item, right? The smile on Freya's face became more and more creepy. In the end, it could even be described as crazy. But you're wrong, Hestia. You don't have the same eyes as me. You don't know what that child means to me. As she said this, Freya raised her head. It was as if she could see Noah's face from the ceiling. Her pretty face became infatuated with him. That child's brilliance is too dazzling. No matter who it is, whether it's in the past or in the future, I'm sure that no one can match that child's brilliance. No, it should be said that no one can match that child's brilliance. I'm infatuated with him. This kind of infatuation is not on the same level as the other children I used to treat. Freya's tone was full of extreme love. Think about it, Hestia. If you live in a desert and only get a drop of water every day, you cherish the water so much that you don't even want to drink it and can only store it away. But one day, a sea suddenly appears in front of you. That feeling is that you feel. Now, that's how I feel. Freya met Hestia's gaze with a burning gaze. If the children I got before were only drops of water, then that child is a vast sea. And there can't be two oceans at the same time in the world. So, that child, I must have him. Freya uttered those words with a determination that Hestia had never heard before. Today, I know that this child is actually hiding even more brilliance. He will definitely release even more brilliance in the future. His future is limitless, and so is his potential. Freya sucked a finger in her mouth and let out a charming laugh. Hestia, I won't give him to you because you can't see that child's brilliance at all. You'd better be mentally prepared. Freya, who was shocked by Freya's burning gaze and love that was even hotter than the sun, bit her lips harder and harder, but she still said this sentence with great determination. I won't give Noah to you. Absolutely not. Is that so? Freya smiled leisurely. In other words, you're going to play a war game with me? Freya's words made Hestia's heart tremble slightly. A war game? With only 2 members of a clan, she was going to challenge one of Eulalie's strongest clans? And it was a clan that not only had Eulalie's only LV7, but also had close to 10 level 1 adventurers? This was no longer something that could be described as madness and suicide. But Hestia still spoke her mind without hesitation. If you want, then I don't mind accepting. The unexpected answer made Freya raise an eyebrow and look at Hestia meaningfully. Is that child that important to you? Of course. Hestia looked straight at Freya. He's the only one who didn't mind when I was at my lowest. He's my most important family member. Family member? Freya's eyes widened slightly, and then she seemed to be amused. She bent down, put her mouth close to Hestia's ear, and whispered seductive words. No, Hestia, if that's all you have for that child, it's nothing compared to my love for him. If we compare our love for that child, I won't lose to you. Hestia did not move at all. She ignored Freya, who had put her mouth close to her ear and was very close to her. She continued to stare straight ahead as she spoke. How can a fickle god like you have so much love for Noah? Is that so? Freya's smile did not fade, and then she said something that shocked Hestia. Then let me tell you, if that child can hold me in his arms, then I won't be interested in any other man in my life, including the children I had before. This is my love for him. What? Hestia finally took a step back and looked at Freya in shock. Freya's affectionate nature could no longer be described by her personality, but by her own divinity and divinity. Ryder once said that her sister was destined to be violated, and there was no other way to preserve her purity other than death. She was like a goddess who was destined to have such a fate. Freya's affectionate nature had also risen to the level of fate. It was precisely because the gods had the same thing that they were eternally unchanging. But I'm willing to change for that child, Freya said with a smile without a trace of confusion. Now, do you understand the extent of my love for him? Hestia could not say a word. For now, I won't do anything to that child. Freya showed a charming smile. After all, you only need family. When your family grows to a certain extent, then I'll go find him. With these words, Freya turned around and left the scene with her melodious footsteps. Hestia looked at Freya's back as she gradually disappeared into the distance. She lowered her head, and her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Chapter 907. She couldn't help but bite her lip when she recalled what had happened back then. Noah and Baal exchanged glances with each other when they saw Hestia suddenly falling into silence. What's the matter? Noah keenly sensed that Hestia seemed to have something on her mind. Did something happen? Hestia didn't speak. She just raised her head and stared at Noah. After a while, she suddenly hugged Noah. Baal's eyes widened and his face flushed. Even Noah was a little startled by Hestia's sudden action. It couldn't be helped. The impact of Hestia's petite yet beautiful figure was simply too wonderful for words. No matter how much time had passed, Noah still couldn't get used to this contrast. Noah's tone sounded annoyed as he couldn't control his emotions. Hey, didn't I tell you not to hug me so easily? Before Noah could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly weakened. Hestia, who was hugging Noah tightly, was trembling slightly. Hestia's eyes, which were fixed on Noah, were also filled with extreme uneasiness. Noah had never seen such uneasiness in Hestia before. When Noah saw the uneasiness in Hestia's eyes, he suppressed the trembling in his heart and became speechless. Noah, Hestia's slender arms hugged Noah tighter and tighter. Her voice was filled with deep uneasiness. You won't leave me, right? When these words came out of Hestia's mouth, both Noah and Baal's expressions returned to normal. My lord. Baal opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but because he was too clumsy, he didn't know what to say. Noah regained his composure at once. His attention was no longer focused on Hestia's soft body. He put his hand on Hestia's head and gently stroked it as if he was comforting her. Why did you suddenly say that? Because I'm not as smart as Loki, and I'm not as charming as Freya. Even Apollo's brain is much better than mine. A useless god like me can't do anything other than hide at home and read books all day. Hestia's tone was full of dejection. You, on the other hand, not only have terrifying potential, talent, and possibilities that even the gods can't see the bottom of, but even Eulalie's only LV7 couldn't do anything to you. You uprooted the entire spawn of Apollo, and Freya and Loki even threatened that they couldn't take you away by force. Is it really okay for an excellent child like you to follow a useless god like me? Saying this, Hestia's lips trembled, and her expression revealed an unprecedented weakness. Do I really deserve to have you? In just one or two sentences, all of Hestia's uneasiness and weakness were exposed. But there was nothing she could do about it. Just like what Hestia had said, Noah's performance in the past 1 to 2 months was unparalleled, even if he had obtained the two most powerful spawns of Eulalie, Freya's spawn and Loki's spawn, which were also known as the twin kings of Eulalie. Noah's performance was unparalleled. Freya once said that Noah's brilliance was the most dazzling she had ever seen in her life. Even if it was the eternal calamity, no one could match it. Although Hestia couldn't see the brilliance of Noah's soul, in the past 1 or 2 months, she had seen the incredible and terrifying possibilities in Noah's body with her own eyes. Therefore, Hestia had reason to believe everything Freya said. The child in front of her didn't dislike her and formed a family bond with her called Spawn of Apollo. No matter in the past or in the future, there couldn't be a better existence than him. Did she really deserve to have such an excellent human being who was like the darling of the world? After the conversation with Freya and witnessing Noah's growth and achievements with her own eyes, Hestia really didn't think that she deserved to be with Noah. Even if Hestia was a god. Or rather, it was precisely because Hestia was a god that she thought that she wasn't a good match for a child from the lower realms. That was sufficient proof of how outstanding Noah was. Such an excellent child shouldn't be with a useless god like him, and she shouldn't be with a weak clan like Hestia's clan. Hestia, who had this thought, felt really uneasy and scared. This was definitely the first time in her life that she felt so uneasy and scared. One could imagine how important Noah was to her as a family member. Sensing the uneasiness and fear in Hestia's heart, Noah was silent for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. Don't you want me to stay in this spawn of Apollo? How is that possible? Hestia couldn't help but raise her voice and refute. I'm glad that I met you in the bookstore at that time. This was the truth of Hestia's words. Hestia was really glad that she could meet Noah in the bookstore at that time. After all, at that time, Hestia basically had nothing and even relied on Hephaestus to maintain her basic necessities. She was poor and didn't even have the ability to feed herself a full meal, let alone a place to live. Apart from ordinary peasant children like Baal who came from the countryside and was rejected by any spawn of Apollo, basically no one would be willing to join such a spawn of Apollo, let alone a child with great potential. However, Noah, who was more excellent than anyone else in this world, chose to join Hestia's spawn of Apollo without the slightest disdain, so that Hestia wouldn't end up being kicked out of the house by Hephaestus. Therefore, Hestia really attached great importance to Noah. She attached great importance to Noah, and sometimes even couldn't help but rely on Noah. It was all because of that one chance encounter. However, the more she attached importance to Noah, the more she couldn't help but think this way. Was it really a good idea for such an excellent child like Noah to follow a useless god like her? She didn't know that the strength of the over-god and the size of their forces were not factors that could affect Noah's decision at all. Then, do you still remember what you said when you invited me to join your spawn of Apollo? Noah couldn't help but caress Hestia's head. You said that joining the spawn of Apollo wasn't to become a pawn of Apollo, but to become a family member, right? Hearing Noah's gentle voice, Hestia nodded subconsciously. That's what attracted me, Noah said with a smile. To me, family is a very special existence. A special existence. Hestia murmured. That's right, Noah said with some nostalgia. Because I was picked up by a very kind old man in the wild, and that's how I became a family member. Picked it up. Hestia was startled and said with uncertainty. So, you. Yes, Noah said with a wry smile. I was originally an orphan, right? Hestia fell silent. Like you, I also feel that it was a very fortunate thing to be able to meet my grandfather at that time. Otherwise, I really don't know what would have become of me, Noah said and patted Hestia's head. So, perhaps you are not a smart god, or perhaps a useless god, but you are a gentle god. It was your desire to have a family that attracted me, so I chose to join your spawn of Apollo. I don't care about anything else. After saying that, Noah put his mouth close to Hestia's ear and said in a teasing tone. Also, you are not a god without charm. There were many times when I almost couldn't control myself when you hugged me. Hestia blushed, but she kept looking at Noah's eyes and showed a beautiful smile. She buried her head in Noah's arms and closed her eyes. The strong uneasiness in her heart disappeared and was replaced by warmth. The warmth melted Hestia's heart. Chapter 908. Noah Doria LV. 2 Power, SSS, 1307, SSS, 2000, Durability, SSS, 1310, SSS, 2000, Dexterity, SSS, 1308, SSS, 2000, Dexterity, SSS, 1318, SSS, 2000, Magic, SSS, 1300, SSS, 2000, Mystery, IH Magic, Skill Frowny Face Protection from the World, Permanent Skill. Equal to Luck. Events that were directly related to luck would eventually lead to the most favorable outcome. The next day, Hestia updated Noah's ability value. Looking at the ridiculous increase in Noah's ability value, even though she was already numb to Noah's growth, she still could not help but twitch her face. Silently pressing the updated, sacred text, and the blue light that bloomed from the engraving on Noah's back, Hestia turned around and sat at the end of the bed. She crossed her arms and fell into deep thought. Noah, who sensed that the ability value had been updated, turned his head and saw Hestia's face. He couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong this time? It's nothing, Hestia replied half-heartedly. I'm just thinking about what you did during the war game. What did I do? Noah blinked. Is that important? I think, if someone can grow up in the same way as you, what did you do during the war game will definitely become a piece of information that everyone in the world would treasure. Hestia's tone was quite strange. After all, the speed of growth is so fast that it's a bit strange. Noah was almost confused by Hestia's reaction and could only helplessly say, "Don't worry." He could only say helplessly, "Don't keep me in suspense." Is there something wrong with my ability value? There is definitely a problem, but it's not a bad problem. Hestia sighed, turned around, and faced Noah. Although I don't know what else you did during the war game other than defeating Apollo's minions, your experience value seems to have accumulated a lot. You even accumulated a lot of great achievements. Accumulated a lot of great achievements? Noah's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. You mean? The proficiency of basic abilities has increased by about 3,500, and it has reached the peak. Even the development ability has increased to H level. Hestia smiled bitterly. Just like the last time, the basic ability at the top has become your cornerstone. In addition, you have accumulated enough achievements. You can already upgrade to the next level, which is LV3. Can I really level up? Although Noah already had some guesses, he was still a little surprised when he heard Hestia's confirmation. But why did the proficiency of basic abilities increase so much? What's more, it's enough to level up. I also want to know the answer to this question. Hestia asked. Undoubtedly, you just updated your ability value before the war game began. After the war game ended, your proficiency suddenly increased so much, and you even accumulated a lot of great achievements. What did you do in the past few days? What did I do? Noah frowned, and then suddenly raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the slaying of Apollo had led to this level of improvement? After all, the amount of experience points and great achievements that could be accumulated from killing a god was definitely not small. Although this god was a little too easy to kill, that's right. However, that was probably because Apollo had really died. That was why he had accumulated so much EXP and great achievements, right? If Apollo was only fatally injured because of Noah and activated his divine power and was sent back to the heavens, then he probably wouldn't have accumulated experience value and great achievements. Perhaps, at that time, if he could fight and kill Apollo when he used his divine power, the experience points and great achievements would be the most terrifying, right? Thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but smile bitterly and looked at Hestia. In other words, it's time to choose a new ability again. Well, it's so cunning to change the topic. Hestia pouted, but she didn't continue to ask. After yesterday's heartfelt conversation, Hestia's feelings for Noah had risen by more than one level. If it was before, Hestia only chose to believe in Noah, then now, she believed in Noah from the bottom of her heart. This time, you can choose 2 abilities to develop, Hestia said directly. One is magic conduction, and the other is magic defense. Magic conduction and magic defense? Noah was puzzled. Could it be that they are all related to magic? That's right, Hestia explained. The first development ability is the ability of magic conduction. I should have told you last time that it can enhance the power of magic, expand the range of effect, increase the efficiency of mental power, magic power, and other magical benefits when using magic. Only people who have a good grasp of magic can learn this ability. Noah nodded. Indeed, when Noah was upgraded to LV2, magic conduction appeared in the development ability option. At that time, Hestia explained the effect of this ability to Noah. As for magic resistance, it's a new ability that will only appear when you gain experience points that can effectively defend against magic or reduce magic damage, Hestia said as she raised a finger. When you get this ability, it will increase your resistance to magic. No matter what kind of magic attack you receive, the effect and damage will be reduced. I see. Noah whispered softly. Then it is probably because I directly cracked the magic that Jacintos used on me last time, so I got this experience and this ability, right? Then which one are you going to choose? Magic conduction, that can increase the effect and power of magic? Or magic defense, that can reduce the effect and damage of magic? Hestia said to Noah. I suggest you choose magic defense. It is very useful to be able to reduce the effect and damage of magic. No. Noah shook his head without hesitation. I choose magic conduction. Noah didn't need the ability to reduce the effect and damage of magic at all. With the magic resistance from the god Slayer, why would he need magic defense? Really? Hestia puffed up her cheeks. Well, since it is Noah's choice, then you should have your own considerations. I will help you level up. Noah nodded. Noah Doria LV. 3 Strength, SSS, 2000, SSS, 1761, Durability, SSS, 2000, SSS, 1775, Dexterity, SSS, 2000, SSS, 1763, Dexterity, SSS, 2000, SSS, 1778, Magic, SSS, 2000, SSS, 1750, Mystery, H Magic Conduction, I Magic, Skills Frowny Face Protection from the World, Permanent Skills. Equal to Luck. Events that are directly related to luck will eventually lead to the most favorable result. I am more and more curious about what you did. Looking at Noah's upgraded ability, Hestia's face twitched again. After leveling up, all abilities are upgraded to SSS stage. There should be a limit, right? Noah could only laugh dryly. Hestia suddenly smiled and hugged Noah affectionately, as if she had changed her expression. Hey! What are you going to do today? After yesterday's conversation, Hestia became more and more unguarded with Noah. She would even hug Noah whenever she was free, making Noah suffer many times. I plan to go to the dungeon today. Is that so? Hestia pouted in disappointment. I really hope you can take some time to accompany me. Noah smiled wryly and patted Hestia's head, making her comfortable. As a matter of fact, Noah didn't hate being hugged by the soft and fluffy Hestia. Chapter 909. Ever since he was easily kidnapped by Apollo's minions and used to threaten Noah, Baal seemed to have become more determined than before. He had also become a lot stronger. Baal didn't intend to let Noah protect him like a bodyguard and send him into the dungeon safely. Instead, he decided to explore the dungeon alone. Although Baal wanted Noah to teach him some combat skills, it would waste Noah's time. Instead of protecting Baal, it would be better for Noah to use the time to improve himself instead of taking care of a newbie adventurer like Baal. That was Baal's idea. Of course, Noah did not have any objections. After all, Baal's combat skills were already in their embryonic form. What he needed to do next was to test it out and improve it until it became his own. Therefore, it was better for Baal to figure it out himself rather than letting Noah, who had never used daggers or short swords in combat, teach him. Noah would only teach him close combat skills. Baal would have to figure out how to use short swords in combat by himself. Early in the morning, Baal went out energetically, leaving Noah alone. He asked Hestia to help him upgrade his ability points. By the way, ever since Baal joined Hestia's minions, Hestia did not bring Noah into her room to upgrade his ability points. Instead, she helped Noah and Baal to upgrade their ability points in the hall. However, after yesterday's conversation, Hestia, who had completely calmed down, pulled Noah into her room to upgrade his ability points. According to Hestia, it was Noah's privilege to upgrade his ability points. As usual, Baal upgraded his ability points in the hall. Since Baal had gone out, Noah naturally went to the dungeon alone. When Noah arrived at the central square where the Tower of Babel was located, the surrounding crowd suddenly became restless. Look, that man, is that the tyrant? The tyrant, who could compete with the only LV-7 in Eulalia and easily defeated all the minions of Apollo alone. I heard that it was only about 2 months ago that he received the favor. Bullshit, right? Of course it's bullshit. He just received the favor 2 months ago. 2 months later, he's already on par with LV-7, and he even single-handedly defeated one of Eulalia's core clans. Not only that, I heard that his level is only LV-2. Bullshit. Most likely bullshit. Is it from those gods who think it's not lively enough? Only they would spout nonsense about this kind of thing out of boredom. Yeah. Listening to the whispers coming from all directions, Noah remained calm on the surface, but he was more or less worried in his heart. Tyrant. This was a title. However, at first, this was not the title given by the gods to the senior adventurers who had risen to LV-2 through the gods' assembly. Since the end of the war game, the residents of Eulalia did not know when it spread the name of Noah. The reason for this title was because Noah summoned a huge tornado in the war game and destroyed the entire city. He also killed the LV-3 Jacinthus so quickly. After that day, every time the residents of Eulalia talked about this topic, they would use this saying. Too violent. Too cruel. It was too exciting. Just like a cruel and violent monarch. At some point in time, such a title had been placed on Noah's head. The gods seemed to be quite satisfied with this title. They felt that this title was too appropriate for Noah's performance. Therefore, the title of Tyrant was implemented without the decision of the gods, and even the guild officially recognized it. He got a title without going through the gods. It was estimated that only Noah had such treatment. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that because Noah's level of power was not like LV-2, even if he got the title, the guild didn't seem to have made Noah's level public. Presumably, the guild was worried that once Noah's level was made public, and the adventurers in Eulalia knew that a LV-2 could challenge a LV-7 and defeat an entire clan of the backbone, it would cause those adventurers to doubt their ability, value and strength, right? In addition, Noah's leveling speed was so incredible that the guild decided to temporarily keep the opinion of making Noah's level and other growth records public. Therefore, outsiders basically didn't know what Noah's specific level was. And if the guild knew that Noah had leveled up again today and only spent 2 months to level up to LV3, wouldn't it be chaotic again? Noah secretly smiled bitterly in his heart, but he still looked calm on the surface. Under the awe and curiosity of the surrounding adventurers, he stepped into the gate of the Tower of Babel and entered the underground city. On the 17th floor of the underground city. Ooh 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 ooh. Amidst the roars that caused the air to tremble slightly, a large group of red-eyed minotaurs holding stone axes stomped their heavy footsteps that reverberated throughout the entire underground passage, and charged toward Noah like a ferocious beast. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, almost at the same time, golden ripples fluctuated from the space behind Noah. They rubbed against the space itself, and various treasures such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and so on were ejected. They shot out like arrows leaving their bows. Puff, 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 puff. Like lasers, the treasures easily penetrated the muscles of the minotaurs, which were difficult to be cut by level 3 weapons. These LV2 monsters of the underground city were buried in the dim passage one by one, dying an unnatural death. For these monsters that were only LV2, Noah was already a little disdainful. If they were on the 37th floor, Noah would inevitably want to use these powerful monsters to train his basic abilities. However, the monsters on the middle floor were slightly weaker. After nearly 2 months of training in the underground city, Noah had already discovered that the more powerful the monsters were, not only would he obtain more experience points from killing the monsters, but he would also obtain more proficiency points when he trained his basic abilities compared to low-level monsters. Therefore, when facing LV2 monsters, Noah did not intend to waste time on training his basic abilities. Instead, he killed them directly to gain experience points. For Noah, who was only at LV3, the experience points of LV2 monsters were still worth it. Therefore, Noah did not ignore them. As for the numerous magic stones and dropped items from the monsters, they would be considered as Noah's items and would be recovered by the Gate of Babylon. It was precisely because of this that Noah did not waste any extra time and focused on his goal. Not long after, Noah arrived at the entrance to the 18th floor. The tall cavern was as crystal clear as before, as if it had been sealed in ice. It looked quite attractive. Noah did not hesitate to step into the vast cave. Crack! Almost at the same time, on one of the walls of the cavern, a clear cracking sound could be heard. Noah stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at the wall. Crack, 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 crack. He saw that the mirror-like smooth huge wall constantly made cracking sounds, spreading cracks until a certain moment, it exploded. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a pitch-black giant broke free from the cracked wall and fell to the ground. Woo, 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 woo. A roar like crying sounded from the pitch-black giant's mouth. Goliath? Noah was a little surprised. It's time to be born. Ignoring Noah's surprise, the huge monster with only the desire to destroy roared and charged towards Noah. Noah smiled slightly. Well, it's a good opportunity to experiment a little. Chapter 9-10. The birth of the floor master required a certain interval of time. And the floor master of the 17th floor was a very special floor master. The room where the floor master was located happened to block the entrance to the 18th floor. Originally, this could also be regarded as a test and boundary to the 18th floor. But there was a town on the 18th floor. And it was a town that was particularly good at extorting adventurers. In order to get more guests and earn more money, the floor master blocking the entrance to the 18th floor was a bit of an eyesore. Therefore, once the floor master of the 17th floor, Goliath, was not defeated for a long time, the adventurers in the town on the 18th floor would form their own team and annihilate Goliath. Because of this, it was not a simple thing to meet Goliath. At least, Noah had never met Goliath except for the time when he came with Loki's family. Now, the appearance of Goliath just allowed Noah to test a new discovery of his power. Woo 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 woo. Accompanied by a roar like crying, the pitch-black giant rushed in the direction of Noah like a heavy mountain under the shaking of the earth. However, Noah ignored Goliath, who was charging at him in a violent manner. Instead, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. In the depths of Noah's body, a dark hole like a black hole slowly rotated, constantly absorbing the newly generated magic power from Noah's body and storing it inside. That was Noah's magic power source. After this period of storage, the magic power stored in this magic power source was equivalent to nearly 1,000 times that of Noah before he got the magic power source. One had to know that Noah's magic power was boundless to begin with. Under such circumstances, it increased nearly 1,000 times. This level of magic power could only be described as terrifying. If he continued to accumulate like this, Noah would get endless magic power sooner or later. Even now, it was more or less possible to call it infinite. Looking at the magic power source in his body that stored a terrifying amount of magic power, Noah's mind moved. Buzz! Suddenly, the pitch-black, hole-like mana source trembled violently, and the astonishing amount of mana stored within suddenly transformed into another kind of power at an even more astonishing rate. When Noah received Hestia's favor, the god's blood that Hestia had dripped into Noah's body had secreted a trace of power, which was then absorbed by the mana source. Noah's mana source seemed to have the ability to absorb the foreign energy that entered his body, remember it, and convert the stored mana into that power at will. Noah called this power divine power. At this moment, under Noah's urging, Noah's mana source that stored mana transformed into a divine power source that stored divine power. Then, Noah abruptly opened his eyes. Bang! Like a golden flame, divine power burst out of Noah's body and turned into a wave of air that covered Noah's whole body. Immediately, in Noah's mind, the outline of the stone plate that was connected to the 10 patterns, and the pattern of an indomitable giant lit up. Giant that covers the sky and covers the earth with his hands, I will let this divine power flow into my body. From now on, I will display the ultimate power that no one can match. When the giant incarnation's spirit of speech fluctuated in the whole cavern, the flame-like wave of air on Noah's body suddenly expanded and soared into the sky. In the midst of that soaring aura, a mirage-like giant rose from Noah's body and instantly increased several times. That giant's whole body was golden, and its height was at least 20 meters. It directly reached the ceiling of the cavern, but there was only its upper body and no part below its waist. The roar of the pitch-black giant that was charging towards Noah's direction came to an abrupt stop, and even stopped its charging figure. Its pitch-black eyes widened like those of a demon, as if the scene in front of it caused its not-so-good brain to malfunction, and it froze on the spot. Who? At this moment, only its upper body, which was somewhat illusory like a mirage, but was several times larger than Goliath, suddenly swung its arm. Bang 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 bang. Immediately, wherever the giant golden arm passed, the entire space was twisted into a mess. Bursts of air explosions were like bombs that exploded one after another, causing the giant arm to carry a terrifying force as it landed on the body of the pitch-black giant. Dong! The fist fell, and the terrifying power that struck the pitch-black giant's body through the golden giant's arm actually directly exploded the pitch-black giant with a muffled sound. Even the magic stone and the dropped items were twisted into pieces. Pa 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 pa. Along with it, the remaining power of the aftermath shook the ground of the cavern that seemed to be sealed in ice until it exploded inch by inch, stirring up gravel and dust that filled the entire cavern that was riddled with holes. In the next second, the illusory golden giant that maintained its posture of punching out like a mirage dissipated into the air as if it had completed its task. Only Noah was left. Looking at the hole that was riddled with holes, cracks, and pieces of Goliath's flesh and magic stone fragments in front of him, he was immediately dumbfounded. Undoubtedly, I didn't use much divine power. If converted to magic power, the divine power that Noah had just used was estimated to be the equivalent of a few shots from the magic cannon, right? However, the divine power equivalent to a few shots from the magic cannon actually allowed the giant incarnation to exert such a degree of power. As expected. Noah murmured. As expected, using divine power to use authority will increase the power by a lot. Ever since he had obtained divine power, Noah had studied the effects of this power. Then, Noah found that when he used divine power, his body would naturally have two reactions. One was that when the source of magic power was converted into a source of divine power, the sacred text on Noah's back would become very hot. The other was that when the source of magic power was converted into a source of divine power, the outline of Noah's authority that was connected to the 10 patterns on the stone plate would tremble. Putting the first reaction aside, the second reaction had already made Noah very concerned. However, at that time, Noah's authority had not yet reached the point where he could use it, so Noah did not immediately explore it. Today, after finally remembering this matter, Noah began the experiment. Everything in front of him was the result of the experiment. And this result made Noah somewhat overjoyed. Although I more or less guessed that using divine power to use authority would have some kind of effect, I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. If he thought about it carefully, it was actually very easy to understand. Noah's authority was originally usurped from God. Although after being absorbed by Noah's tyrannical physique, this power had become Noah's personal possession, but its essence was still the power of God, and this had not changed. And divine power was also the power obtained from Hestia, a god. Then, using divine power to use authority was definitely more suitable than using magic power to use authority. Even if the gods of the two worlds are somewhat different in nature, if I use the divine power of this world to use authority, it should still be able to have a good effect. I originally thought so, but now it seems that divine power is more suitable to use the power of authority than I thought. Noah felt the massive amount of divine power flowing in the source of divine power in his body and felt a burst of joy in his heart. I don't know if in the future I can have a power that is more suitable for authority than divine power, and make my authority even more powerful. Thinking so, Noah could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. The future is really worth looking forward to. These words had just come out of Noah's mouth when an accident happened. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ground began to shake without warning. Noah, who was not mentally prepared, almost staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted in time, stabilized his body, and cried out in surprise. What's going on? This question, in this floor where there was no one, naturally no one would answer Noah. However, the ground shook more and more violently. Chapter 9:11. Rumble. In just a few seconds, the ground shook so violently that the surrounding walls began to scatter dust, and some places even began to crack. Noah, who was kneeling on the ground with one knee, could only try his best to maintain stability. Feeling the ground shaking more and more violently, his heart was more or less bewildered. At this time, Noah could not help but think of something that everyone in this world knew. The underground city was alive. At this time, the underground city's shaking suddenly stopped as if it had stopped. Kacha, such a sound rang from the ground in front of the wall that just collapsed and gave birth to Goliath. That was the sound of the ground suddenly cracking open a huge gully. Kacha kacha. In the next moment, with the cracked gully as the center, the ground began to protrude, as if something was drilling inside, pushing away a large number of rocks and emerging from there. Seeing this scene, Noah's eyes focused. Because, Noah clearly saw it. In the protruding ground, in the small hill that was buried by rocks and soil, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up. Rumble. The ground once again produced an extremely violent vibration, as if the entire 17th floor was trembling, constantly emitting wails. And in this process, in front of the protruding ground became higher and higher, and the rocks and soil that were pushed away also became more and more. When it reached the peak, it was like a collapsed snow mountain, crashing to the ground, setting off thick smoke and dust. Then, the huge monster that drilled out of the ground and was buried by rocks and soil finally revealed its entire body. Its entire body was pitch black like sewage. It had a human-like body outline. Its height was more than 10 meters. Its skin was even darker. Its devil-like eyes flashed with a ferocious scarlet light. That was the floor master named Goliath. However, the depth of its skin was even darker than Goliath's, and its body was almost 2 or 3 times larger, causing this huge alien to emit a terrifying aura. Woo 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 woo. The roar that sounded like crying was like a substantial shockwave that exploded and shook the surroundings. Looking at this scene, Noah's face gradually darkened. It was impossible for him not to have doubts in his heart. Moreover, there were a lot of them. For example, why would a floor master, who was just killed and should have taken 1 or 2 months to be reborn, suddenly appear? For example, why was this Goliath so obviously different from the Goliath he usually met? However, that was something that needed to be considered later. That was because the ferocious pitch-black giant would not give Noah much time to consider. Lowering its head, the pitch-black giant's eyes suddenly shifted to Noah, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. A ferocious glint flashed in its eyes as it slowly opened its mouth. Almost at the same time, Noah's outstanding senses gave him a warning. Without any hesitation, Noah was like a crouching cheetah. He spun around and shot up, dodging to the side. Boom! The pitch-black Goliath, who opened its mouth in the direction of Noah, suddenly made a sound like a cannonball. Immediately, a shockwave that could not be seen by the naked eye was like a real cannonball. It burst out, cut through the air, and instantly fell on the position where Noah was previously. Boom! The ground that was hit by the impact cannonball that could not be captured by the naked eye exploded without any suspense, stirring up gravel and the aftermath of the energy that blew in all directions. Seeing this, Noah, who dodged, was speechless. Now I can be sure that it is definitely not an ordinary Goliath. After all, an ordinary Goliath would never release such a long-range attack. In addition, the breath of the pitch-black Goliath was also stronger than the breath of the ordinary Goliath. It should not only have the attack that the ordinary Goliath did not have, but also the strength that the ordinary Goliath did not have, right? At least, Noah felt that this pitch-black Goliath was definitely not only LV4. In terms of level classification, a conservative estimate is that it should have reached LV5. After coming to such a conclusion, Noah's eyes were cold. Unfortunately, it is only LV5. After the words, Noah's figure stagnated, and then, like a gust of wind, he rushed forward quickly. Woo 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 woo. The pitch-black Goliath suddenly roared in the direction of Noah, who was rushing toward him. Boom! With the sound of the cannonball, the shockwave that could not be captured by the naked eye was like an invisible cannonball. It shot in front of Noah almost in the blink of an eye. The powerful pressure carried by the impact cannonball caused the surrounding air to vibrate slightly. If it was another person, even if it was LV5 like the pitch-black Goliath, it would be extremely troublesome for this invisible attack. Unfortunately, the attack that could not be captured by the naked eye was basically no different from a visible attack for Noah, who had the sensing ability. So, Noah clenched his fist, and a bright vortex of air fluctuated on his fist. Under Noah's waving, it fiercely blasted toward the incoming impact cannonball. Boom! With a loud explosion, the invisible impact cannonball was blown up by Noah's annihilation blow, and turned into a gust of wind, brushing past Noah's body and blowing around. Whoo! However, the space in front of Noah suddenly shook, and a fist like a boulder rubbed against the air, carrying a violent airflow, and blasted in front of Noah's eyes. In the face of this punch, Noah's figure swayed strangely, like a leaf blown away by the wind, and directly dodged the pitch-black Goliath's fist. Boom! The huge fist fell on the ground, and once again, the ground was blown up, and a small crater was created. Buzz! At this moment, Noah, who had dodged to the side of the pitch-black Goliath's fist, suddenly fluctuated with a golden ripple, and a variety of relics popped out, shooting out like lightning. Puff puff puff. The extremely sharp relics fell directly on the pitch-black Goliath's head, and with a tearing sound, they pierced through the muscles on Goliath's face. However, they only pierced halfway, and were stuck, unable to go any further. Woo 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 woo. The pitch-black Goliath roared angrily, and suddenly waved its huge palm, slapping toward Noah. Noah only felt that the whole world seemed to have darkened, and he immediately retreated. Boom! The huge palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to shake, and cracks spread out. The skin is quite hard, even an E-grade relic can't penetrate it. Noah stared at the pitch-black Goliath. In the golden ripples around him, a variety of relics, such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and other relics, emerged again. Then, let's try a D-grade relic. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp relic immediately turned into a stream of light, shooting out like a laser. Woo 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 woo. The pitch-black Goliath roared angrily. And this was the last sound that it made. With a little arc trajectory, the relic shot up, and with the pitch-black Goliath's huge body, it was impossible for it to avoid. Puff 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 puff. Therefore, the D-grade relic rain fell on the pitch-black Goliath's body, piercing through its body, and the pitch-black Goliath's body was full of holes. The pitch-black Goliath suddenly froze on the spot. Boom! After a while, the body of the floor master, whose level was enough to be classified as LV5, turned into a burst of ashes all over the sky. It burst open and scattered around, leaving only a huge magic stone and a piece of curtain-like skin that disappeared. ALV5 Goliath. The golden ripples behind him began to shrink. Noah looked at the huge magic stone and the curtain-like skin, and he frowned deeply. What the hell is going on? After pondering for a while, Noah could not figure out the reason, and he could only helplessly shake his head. I'll ask Hestia when I go back. Chapter 9:12. It took a little more time. Noah, who had successively defeated a LV4 floor master and a LV5 floor master, did not stay in the dungeon. Instead, he first went to the safety floor on the 18th floor to check the situation. After confirming that the 18th floor was not affected by the abnormality on the 17th floor, he returned to the 11th floor. It seems that only the 17th floor should be affected. The rest of the floors did not even have the slightest vibration. On the 11th floor, which was filled with thick white fog, Noah could not help but worry as he moved toward the entrance to the 10th floor. I hope that at that time, there were no other abnormalities on the 17th floor, and that the adventurers exploring the 17th floor were not affected. Although he did not know why the 17th floor had such an abnormality, if the problem was with Noah and the rest of the innocent adventurers were affected, then Noah would definitely not be able to sleep well. After all, the abnormality on the 17th floor only happened after Noah used his divine power and defeated the LV4 Goliath in one blow. Noah had reason to believe that the abnormality was with him. Is it the problem with the divine power? Or is it the problem with authority? Noah was puzzled. It should not be the problem with authority. In the dungeon, Noah had used authority several times before. At that time, there was no problem. Then, the problem today should not be with authority. Then, is it the problem with the divine power? Noah thought to himself. Could it be that the god of this world has something to do with the dungeon? He could not figure it out. Noah's brain was not bad. However, he had only been in this world for about 2 months. There were many things that Noah had not come into contact with. In the case of insufficient information, no matter how good Noah's brain was, he could not figure out why. It's more reliable to go back and ask Hestia. In the end, Noah could only come to this conclusion helplessly. He quickened his pace and continued to walk forward in the thick fog. Just like that, Noah paid attention to the other floors to see if there were any problems as he made his way to the ground. He didn't have the time to deal with the monsters he encountered along the way, so he avoided them and arrived on the 7th floor. As soon as he entered the 7th floor, Noah heard an angry shout. Why are you dawdling over there? Hurry up and catch up. The overly violent scolding made Noah unconsciously turn his eyes to the source. Then, Noah saw it. 2 people were walking towards them from a passageway at the side. It was a combination of a man and a woman. The man was an adventurer who wore leather armor and had a large sword on his back. He had a fierce look in his eyes. The woman was carrying a backpack that was several times larger than her body. She was wearing a white robe and seemed to be a support. She was a very petite young girl. Noah could vaguely see a few strands of chestnut-colored hair under the hood of the petite young girl's white robe. At that moment, Noah raised his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. Because there was still a certain distance between them, the male adventurer and the female support did not notice Noah. They were still walking towards Noah slowly. Of course, it was fine if they were just walking. What Noah was concerned about was what the male adventurer said. What a useless piece of trash. The male adventurer did not care about the feelings of the female support who lowered her head. He scolded her with a disdainful tone. You are just a useless piece of trash who can only be a porter. If you can't even carry a backpack, what's the use of you? Under the male adventurer's insults, the female support only lowered her head and did not say a word. Her behavior encouraged the male adventurer's arrogance. If you continue to dawdle and cause me to be unable to earn a sum of money, you won't get a single cent today, the male adventurer sneered. At least, when I am surrounded by monsters, you can be the bait, support. Noah, who was watching the scene from afar, frowned. Noah knew that most adventurers had the ugly side of looking down on professional supporters. This was because professional supporters were those who did not have the ability to do other jobs. When there was no other way, they could only be pure porters. Adventurers would indeed look down on such people. Even though they knew that support was indispensable in the dungeon, most of the adventurers didn't have this kind of awareness. It was obvious that the scene in front of them was an arrogant adventurer bullying a professional support. Moreover, the so-called professional support was someone who more or less had some ties with Noah. Could it be that the child is still doing that kind of shady business? The more he thought about it, the deeper Noah's frown became. However, Noah would not be so nosy because of a person whom he had only met once. If it was only the child who was willing to degrade himself, then Noah was in no position to care so much. With that thought in mind, Noah stopped thinking too much and walked straight over. As he walked, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The male adventurer and the female supporter finally discovered Noah. Upon seeing Noah, the female supporter's expression changed abruptly. She hurriedly lowered her head and covered her face with the hood of her robe. The male adventurer widened his eyes, and his body stiffened. After he came back to his senses, he hurriedly moved to the side to make way, and at the same time, he cursed at the female support in a low voice. What are you doing? Hurry up and move aside. That's the tyrant. If you want to die, don't involve me. After the war game, there was no one in Eulalia who did not know Noah. Naturally, there was no one who did not know how terrifying Noah was. He could destroy a city with a wave of his hand. In an instant, he could defeat the entire backbone of the clan tribe. He could even compete with the only LV7 in Eulalia. The gods were full of praise for this man. Even the main gods of Freya and Loki, who were known as the two kings of Eulalia, claimed that they wanted to recruit him. There was no doubt that Noah had become a popular person in the eyes of the gods and people of Eulalia. In addition, they had seen Noah's strength when facing the clan tribe of Apollo from the divine mirror. How could the LV1 low-level adventurer who could only mess around on the 7th floor not have a heart of fear? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This was what the male adventurers showed. After being scolded by the male adventurer in such a low voice, the female supporter seemed to have remembered this matter and quickly hid to the side. She still lowered her head and did not dare to look at Noah. Noah naturally saw this scene. However, Noah did not say anything. He just turned a blind eye and walked past under the gaze of a man and a woman. Phew, until Noah walked past, the male adventurer and the female supporter were relieved at the same time. Is that the highest level of adventurers in Eulalia? The male adventurer licked the corner of his mouth and raised an arrogant arc. One day, I will also become such an existence and let the people of Eulalia make way in front of me. Hearing the arrogant words of the male adventurer, the female supporter just looked at the male adventurer with a gaze like looking at an insect, then immediately turned her head and looked at Noah's back that gradually left. Her eyes were quite complicated. "Don't look," the male adventurer mocked. "No matter how much you look, you won't become such an existence, Miss Porter." The female supporter bit her lips and a trace of self-mockery appeared in her eyes. "That's true. If I could become an existence like that person, how could I fall to this point?" In order to get out of this predicament, the female supporter raised her head and looked at the male adventurer. To be precise, it should be said that she was looking at the big sword on the back of the male adventurer. Because of the movement of raising her head, the hood of the robe slid down from the female supporter's head, revealing a head with chestnut-colored shoulder-length hair and a young face. If Bale was here, he would definitely notice it. This young girl was the one who had stolen Bale's level 3 weapon, Miss Supporter. Leluka Urda. Chapter 9:13. The dungeon changed. In the headquarters of Hastia's clan, Noah told Hastia about what happened on the 17th floor. Hastia was startled and became suspicious. "Why did the dungeon change?" "I don't know, that's why I came back to ask you," Noah said with a wry smile. "I had just finished off the floor master, Goliath, when there was a sudden vibration on the 17th floor. Then, another Goliath appeared. Moreover, even his potential ability definitely surpassed the Goliath of level 4 and reached the level of level 5. "LV 5? Hastia asked in surprise. "Really? I've never heard of such a thing before." "Really?" Noah asked. In other words, Goliath, who had never been at LV 4 before, suddenly leveled up to LV 5? "Not only Goliath, but I've never heard of a level 5 Goliath being upgraded." After the level 5 Goliath was defeated, another level 5 Goliath appeared, Hestia said with uncertainty. "Could it be that you're mistaken? Do you think I'm mistaken about such a big thing?" Noah rolled his eyes. "Whether it's a level 4 Goliath or a level 5 Goliath, I defeated them myself. Can't I see the difference between them?" "That's true." Hestia frowned. "Then what's going on?" Seeing Hestia's frown, Noah felt that the time was right and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Is it possible that external factors caused the changes in the dungeon?" "External factors?" Hestia looked at Noah. "What do you mean?" "For example, if a condition is met, the dungeon will immediately breed a level 5 Goliath that is more powerful than the previous level 5 Goliath," Noah said. "When a condition like defeating a level 5 Goliath appears, the dungeon will be triggered and breed a new level 5 Goliath." "Is it possible?" "Well." Hestia tilted her head with a troubled look on her face. "It's possible, but I've never heard of it before. Perhaps it's not a condition." Noah's eyes flashed. "It's also possible that there's a presence or power in the dungeon that shouldn't exist. For example, the divine power of your god." Hearing this, Hastia's expression froze. Her frown deepened. Finally, she lowered her head and muttered in a low voice. She lowered her head and said, "In that case, it's possible." "Is it possible?" Noah noticed the change in Hestia's attitude and quickly asked. "How should I put it?" "It's just like what you said," Hestia said as she looked at Noah seriously. "It's possible that a god broke into the dungeon and caused the strange changes." "Really?" Noah's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. "Why would a god enter the dungeon and cause the strange changes?" "Because the dungeon won't allow us gods to enter." Hestia sighed. "Perhaps you don't know, but the guild is prohibiting gods from entering the dungeon." "Prohibiting gods from entering the dungeon?" Noah frowned. "Why? Didn't I tell you? The dungeon will not allow us gods to enter." Hestia said earnestly. "It's like a repulsion reaction. The dungeon is rejecting us gods. If we enter the dungeon, we'll incur the wrath of the dungeon. The dungeon will be angry." Noah was curious. "The dungeon will be angry?" "Don't underestimate the dungeon, Noah," Hestia said solemnly to Noah. The dungeon is alive. It can give birth to creatures called monsters and produce all kinds of resources that can't be found on the surface. This is why it repels gods like us. If gods like us enter the dungeon and incur its wrath, what's so strange about that? That means the dungeon isn't only alive, but it also has consciousness. Noah was taken aback. It can't be, right? Should I say it has consciousness? Or is it an instinct of the dungeon? Hestia looked conflicted as she didn't know how to explain to Noah. She shrugged her shoulders and said, "The dungeon is full of mysteries. Because there are too many unknowns in the dungeon, it attracts adventurers from all over the world to explore. Whether the dungeon's rejection of the gods is due to the dungeon's own consciousness or a pure instinct, it's up to you to find out. We, the gods, can only observe the progress of the children." Noah nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe it's just like what you said. Some stupid god broke into the dungeon and was discovered by the dungeon. That's why this happened, right?" Hestia waved her hand nonchalantly, but then she became angry again. "Fortunately, my Noah is powerful enough. A level 5 floor owner is nothing. If my Noah was injured, I'd kill the idiot who broke into the dungeon." Hearing Hestia's indignant words, Noah could only let out a hollow laugh. If the mutation was caused by the dungeon's rejection of the dungeon, then it was probably caused by Noah, not the idiot god. Perhaps because Noah used his divine power in the dungeon mistook Noah for the god of this world. That was why the mutation occurred and the level 5 Goliath was created. It seemed that he had to think carefully before using his divine power in the dungeon. However, if he made good use of it, perhaps Noah could keep farming the level 5 Goliath on the 17th floor. Noah felt happy when he thought of this. At this moment, Hestia's eyes rolled, and she suddenly pounced on Noah, hugged him, and said expectantly, "Noah, since you came out of the dungeon, why don't you go on a date with me?" Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Noah only found out recently. The goddess named Hestia was actually quite possessive. In order to make Noah happy, Hestia worked very hard. After getting rid of Hestia's entanglement, Noah walked out of the base camp of Hestia's clan to her dissatisfaction. Although Hestia was a goddess, she looked like a 14 or 15-year-old child, if you didn't look at a particularly prominent part. If you went on a date with such a goddess, those gods who wanted to see the world in chaos would be very happy to publicize some things. For example, Noah had some special hobbies. In that case, Noah would really be too ashamed to show his face. Therefore, although it would make Hestia unhappy, Noah felt that it was better to have fun at home and not go out to show off. In short, Noah didn't hate going on a date with Hestia. Thinking of the goddess's resentment, Noah couldn't help but laugh. "When I go back, I'll bring some gifts for Hestia," muttering to himself, Noah turned into a side alley. This time, Noah didn't plan to go to the dungeon. He wanted to find a place to fill his stomach. Hestia didn't seem to expect Noah to come back so quickly, so she didn't buy Noah's lunch. Noah had to find his own food. "Let's go to the rich mistress." After saying that, Noah was just about to take a shortcut when he heard some flustered footsteps from the depths of an alley next to him. No, it wasn't one, but two. Moreover, the two footsteps were getting closer to Noah. Noah curiously turned into the alley where the footsteps were coming from. Then, the figure of a petite girl who was running while hugging a heavy sword entered Noah's eyes. Seeing the petite girl, Noah couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How could there be such a coincidence? Chapter 9:14. Looking at the petite girl who was running blindly towards him while hugging a huge sword that was completely disproportionate to her body, Noah raised his eyes slightly and looked behind the petite girl. There, a male adventurer in leather armor was glaring at the petite girl who was running in front of him with a ruthless expression. There were even green veins popping out on his temples and he looked extremely angry. "You damned piece of trash. Let's see where you're going to run to." The male adventurer's roar caused a look of fear to appear on the petite girl's face. However, Noah, who was in front of the petite girl, could clearly see this scene. Even though there was great fear on her face, there was still a trace of stubbornness and unyielding in the eyes of the petite girl. She hugged the huge sword tightly and gritted her teeth as she ran forward with all her might. As a result, the petite girl who had to take care of the pursuers behind her did not notice at all. At the corner in front of her, there was a person. Seeing that the petite girl was about to crash into him, Noah turned his body slightly and dodged. However, this action also caused the petite girl to notice Noah's existence. She turned her head and looked in front of her. Immediately, her eyes became flustered. In a moment of panic, the petite girl who was running forward suddenly stumbled and fell forward. Seeing this, Noah, who was turning his body to the side, squatted down and reached out a hand to catch the petite girl who was falling. He allowed her to fall on his arm so that she would not hit the ground directly. However, the huge sword that the petite girl was hugging was thrown out and fell to the ground with a clang. Looking at the huge sword that was thrown away, the little girl let out a cry of surprise. She couldn't help but reach for the huge sword. She didn't even notice that she had fallen into someone's arm. Noah could only helplessly say, "Are you all right?" Hearing this voice, the petite girl finally noticed Noah's existence. However, when the little girl turned around and saw Noah's full face, her pupils shrank and her expression changed completely. Facing that familiar cute face and big round eyes, Noah smiled indifferently. "Long time no see, Lily." "Ah. Lily's mouth trembled slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but she also seemed to be afraid and in disbelief. She was stunned and did not respond at all. It was at this moment that the male adventurer caught up with them. "Did I catch up to you? Despicable human race." Only then did Lily react. In a panic, she ran away from Noah and sat on the ground. It seemed that Lily was more afraid of Noah than the male adventurer. That was only natural. Compared to an unknown adventurer, Noah's reputation was undoubtedly the loudest in all of Eulalie. The two were not on the same level at all. If she had to choose who she was more afraid of, it would naturally be Noah. Of course, the reason why Lily was so afraid of Noah was because she had previously stolen the level 3 weapon that Noah had given to Bale. Lily should be afraid of being pursued by Noah, right? Little did he know that the reason why Lily was able to successfully steal Bale's weapon was mostly because Noah had no intention of stopping her. If Noah had really wanted to stop Lily, no matter how good she was at stealing, she would not have been able to steal from Noah. The male adventurer who caught up from behind also noticed Noah, and the violent look on his face turned into shock. It's you again." In the morning, Noah had met the male adventurer and Lily on the 7th level of the underground city. So now that they met again here, both the male adventurers and Lily were very surprised. Naturally, Noah also felt that it was too much of a coincidence. But since Noah had met them, it would not be strange for him to ask a few questions, right? Noah glanced at Lily, who was paralyzed on the ground and looking at him with a frightened expression. He then glanced at the male adventurer, patted his knee, and stood up. "What are you guys doing?" His words woke Lily and the male adventurer up from their stupor. This despicable human stole my sword." The male adventurer hurriedly pointed at Lily. "I'm here to retrieve my sword." As expected. In the morning, when they had met on the 7th level of the underground city, the male adventurer had been carrying a large sword on his back. But now, the large sword had fallen into Lily's hands. In addition to Lily's previous record and the chase just now, Noah had already guessed the gist of it. At that moment, Noah frowned and looked at Lily. "Are you still doing this kind of thing?" Originally, Noah thought that Lily might be in need of money, so he let Lily steal Bale's weapon. With Lily's status, even if she was in need of money, a weapon worth 7 or 800,000 Varys should be able to solve the problem. Thinking that if he helped Lily solve this problem, Lily would not steal anymore, so Noah let Lily go. But in the end, this young lady was still a thief. Did she have her difficulties? Or did she really give up on herself? Seeing Noah frown, Lily was even more afraid, and her body shrank into a ball. The male adventurer probably thought that Noah was a comrade on his side, and he was overjoyed all of a sudden. That's right. A useless porter actually dares to steal from us adventurers. You deserve to die. The male adventurer pulled Noah to his side and laughed angrily at Lily, who was sitting on the ground. You piece of trash, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Just as the male adventurer was about to walk towards Lily, a large sword was suddenly thrown into the air towards the direction of the male adventurer. Before the male adventurer could react, the large sword crashed into his arms, causing him to catch it in a hurry. He stared blankly at Noah, who threw the sword to him. The sword is yours, right? Noah said calmly. Take it with you. The male adventurer pointed at Lily with uncertainty. But, this little human, what? Noah looked at the male adventurer with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Do you think that I will watch you commit violence? But, look, she's a thief, and a useless porter, the male adventurer said with a forced smile. A piece of trash like her actually dares to steal from us great adventurers. If we don't teach her a lesson, won't anyone be able to bully us? Hearing this, Noah laughed. His laughter was somewhat sarcastic. Walking forward, Noah looked at the stiff-faced male adventurer up close. He extended a hand and pointed at the male adventurer's chest. Since you can bully others, why can't others bully you? The male adventurer's face began to twitch. If you bully the weak here, then can those who are stronger than you bully you too? Noah pushed the male adventurer away. If you can't even figure out such a problem and think highly of yourself here, I advise you to stop being an adventurer. Otherwise, you'll only be able to do so for the rest of your life, Mr. Great Adventurer. The male adventurer's face immediately turned red, and his expression became distorted. However, he couldn't say a word to refute, let alone refute Noah. Damn it! The male adventurer could only glare at Lily resentfully. Consider yourself lucky. After saying that, the male adventurer left with a face full of misfortune. After the male adventurer left, Noah glanced at Lily, who was sitting on the ground, paralyzed. As you can see, most adventurers are like this. If you don't want to encounter the same thing again, I advise you to stop. Lily bit her lips tightly, and her delicate body trembled. She lowered her head, but her voice was unyielding. You speak as if you are not an adventurer. Although this voice was very soft, Noah still heard it. And from Lily's voice, Noah could hear a tinge of hatred. It seems that you are more troublesome than I thought. Noah crossed his arms and looked at Lily. Then, let's have a chat. Chapter 9:15. Chat. Perhaps Lily felt that she couldn't escape even if she wanted to, so she went all out and taunted. I'm sorry, Lily has nothing to talk about with the adventurer. From Lily's voice, Noah did hear a kind of unapproachable meaning. Obviously, Lily didn't have any good impression of the so-called adventurers, and she hated them. However, that was also natural. As a professional support, Lily must have been humiliated by those unruly adventurers more than once like today. So, Lily hated adventurers, how was it strange? Your words sound like those women who hold the idea that, no man is good, right? Noah curled his lips. Just because of the existence of that kind of trash, you think there's no good adventurer in this world? No choice, at least, Lily has never touched such a person, so Lily hates adventurers the most. Lily sneered and said self-deprecatingly. Anyway, Lily is such a person. Not only does she have no ability, she can only be reduced to being a support. Furthermore, she has always been stealing other people's things. Even Lily herself hates this kind of Lily. The famous tyrant naturally wouldn't like someone like Lily. Are you going to be stubborn this time? Noah looked down at Lily, who was sitting on the ground, and asked such a question. Since you know that it's annoying to steal other people's things, but you still do that kind of thing knowingly. Are you so short of money? Yes, Lily is short of money, and I'm short of a lot of money. Lily met Noah's gaze and looked over. So, Lily has already sold the level 3 weapon produced by Hephaestus's clan. Even if you teach Lily a lesson, Lily won't be able to return it. Hearing this, Noah didn't speak anymore. He just looked directly at Lily's big round eyes as if he wanted to see through everything about Lily. His deep eyes almost made Lily have a feeling that she would be sucked in. Under such a direct gaze, Lily couldn't help but feel a little timid. She subconsciously lowered her head and looked away. After a long time, Noah withdrew his gaze and turned around. I see. Since that's the case, you can wait for me at the central square tomorrow morning. Lily was suddenly stunned. Central Plaza. Why? Is it strange? Noah said without turning his head. Don't you usually look for adventurers to team up with? Hearing this, Lily was a little unable to react. Indeed, Lily usually looked for adventurers and begged them to team up with her. But that wasn't really looking for teammates, but looking for prey. In order to collect the money she needed, Lily had been using this method to explore the dungeon with the adventurers who had formed temporary teams. Then, she would look for opportunities to steal their valuables. It was a tried and tested method. Hence, to Lily, the adventurers who teamed up with her were not her teammates, but her prey. It was also because of this that Lily couldn't react to Noah's words. This was because Lily didn't know what Noah meant by that. Noah didn't know if he had expected Lily's reaction, but he smiled with his back facing Lily. Aren't you short of money? Then come and be my supporter. Be your supporter. Lily, who hadn't reacted yet, was bewildered by this sudden declaration. Think about it. Noah didn't give Lily time to react and threw this sentence at her. Tomorrow, gather at the fountain in the central plaza. If I don't see you when I arrive, take it that you're not coming. I won't wait for you. After saying that, Noah waved his hand and went straight into the alley next to him. Lily was left alone as she stared blankly in the direction that Noah had left. Her expression was extremely uncertain. The next day, Noah got up when Hestia was still sleeping. After changing his clothes, he went out directly. At this time, the sun had just risen, but there were many pedestrians on the street outside. Most of them were adventurers who were ready to go. They were all walking towards the dungeon of Babel. Noah blended into the crowd with ease. While the pedestrians around him were pointing and gossiping, he moved in the direction of the central square. Baal got up earlier than Noah. Therefore, Baal had already set off for the dungeon. Noah was about an hour later than Baal, which showed how hard Baal worked. Now, Noah had really become famous. Being famous had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that when Noah walked on the street, the people around him would make way for him. They wouldn't crowd together with Noah. The disadvantage was that the people around him were talking about him and pointing at him. Fortunately, Noah had long been used to people's gazes, so he didn't stop and went all the way to the central plaza without any obstacles. At the intersection of the 8 streets that connected to Olalai in all directions, there was a fountain in front of the Tower of Babel. That was the fountain closest to the Tower of Babel. As soon as he arrived at the central plaza, Noah glanced at the fountain and saw it. In front of the fountain, there was a very petite girl of the dwarf clan. She was carrying a huge backpack and had her head down. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Noah stopped, shrugged his shoulders, and walked towards the fountain. Obviously, the girl of the dwarf clan was not really paying attention to the surroundings. Even with her head down, she still noticed Noah's approach and looked at him. When they met for the first time, although Lily had bad intentions, at least she put on a good front. Her cute face would have a bright smile from time to time. However, at this moment, Lily's cute face was no longer as cheerful as when they first met. Instead, it was cold and vigilant. In the past, it was Lily's acting skill to put on a cheerful and lively appearance in front of others. On the other hand, Noah already knew most of Lily's background and knew clearly what this young lady was doing on a daily basis. Lily didn't have to put on a show anymore. She didn't hesitate to show her dislike and vigilance towards adventurers. Unfortunately, Noah turned a blind eye to it. He brushed past Lily and walked toward the Tower of Babel. Since you are ready, let's go. Lily stared at Noah's back and followed him silently. While following him, she spoke in a low voice. As she walked, she whispered, "Now, can you tell Lily what Lord Noah is going to do? Do you even need to ask?" Noah answered without hesitation. "Of course, it's to enter the dungeon." "Is that so?" Lily's voice wasn't relaxed at all. Instead, it had a tinge of sarcasm. Could it be that Lord Noah really only intends to team up with Lily? What else? "What do you think I'm going to do to you?" Noah kept walking forward with a calm look on his face. "If I had intended to do something to you, I would have done it yesterday. I wouldn't have needed to lure you into the dungeon. Aren't you aware of that? That's why you're here today, isn't it?" Sherlock said as he shook his head. "Does that mean Lord Noah only wants to explore the dungeon with Lily?" Lily's tone was rather unpleasant. "Do you think Lily will believe you? If you don't believe me, you can leave now." "I won't stop you," Noah said calmly. "I'm only giving you a chance. It's up to you whether you want to seize it or not." "Chance?" Lily frowned. "What chance?" "A chance for you to achieve your goal and turn over a new leaf," Noah said. "As fellow sufferers who have similar stories, we can empathize with each other." Lily was at a loss for words. At this time, Noah changed the topic. "What's the deepest floor that you've been to?" Lily was silent for a while. After a while, she gave up and spoke. Lily followed a team and reached level 11. "Level 11? Noah smiled suddenly. "Let's go to level 17 today." Chapter 9:16. Roar, 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 roar. On the 17th floor of the dungeon, in one of the passageways, a group of monsters with grayish-black fur, flames in their mouths, and crimson eyes that looked like hellhounds roared angrily. They rushed out of the passageway in groups and pounced forward. Swish, 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 swish. In front of the pack of hellhounds, a figure stood motionless. Golden ripples fluctuated in the surrounding space, and sharp weapons popped out one after another. The sharp weapons turned into streams of light and shot out like arrows, piercing through the air with a sharp sound. Poochie poochie poochie. Every time the sharp weapons that turned into streaks of light streaked across the space and shot out from the golden ripples with a sharp piercing sound, shrouding the group of hellhounds that were constantly surging over, the continuous sound of flesh being penetrated would resound. The extremely sharp weapons accurately pierced through the heads of the hellhounds, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Under such circumstances, the bodies of the hellhounds that were pierced through turned into ashes and scattered in all directions, causing the magic stones and dropped items in their bodies to fall to the ground. Precision. Incomparable precision. The seemingly endless rain of weapons pierced through the heads of the hellhounds without missing a beat. Not only did they achieve the effect of killing the hellhounds, but they also didn't damage the magic stones and dropped items in their bodies. It was truly miraculous. But even so, the group of hellhounds didn't show any signs of confusion or hesitation as they continued to pounce forward, trampling on the path of their fallen companions and charging forward relentlessly. If the dungeon monsters didn't turn into ashes when they were killed, leaving only magic stones and dropped items, the hellhounds wouldn't be trampling on the path of their fallen companions. Instead, they would be trampling on their companions' corpses. Undoubtedly, the hellhounds would die if they took a step forward, but they continued to charge and attack their enemies without any hesitation. They looked extremely crazy. This was also what Noah wanted. At the very least, Noah did not need to worry about the monsters suddenly running away. He only needed to stand in place and keep the gate of Babylon open. That way, he would be able to continuously kill the monsters. Over time, under Noah's frighteningly high killing frequency and luck, the magic stones and dropped items from the hellhounds piled up like sand on the ground in front of him. Normally, when Noah killed a hellhound and dropped magic stones and items, the Gate of Babylon would treat these items as Noah's and automatically recycle them. However, this time, Noah blocked the automatic recovery function of the Gate of Babylon, causing the dropped items to pile up all over the ground. Of course, it wasn't because Noah didn't want them, but because he wanted to let the other reinforcements collect them. About 5 minutes later, the Hellhound army was completely annihilated, leaving behind only a ground full of magic stones, teeth, claws, and other dropped items. Looking at the magic stones and dropped items piled up on the ground, Lily, who was behind Noah, was speechless. This was definitely the first time in Lily's life that she had seen such an efficient way of killing enemies. This was already not an efficiency that could be achieved by a single person. To put it bluntly, unless there was a large team of hundreds or even thousands of people, and all of them had to be at least LV2 adventurers, otherwise, it was impossible to achieve the same efficiency. With this kind of efficiency to earn magic stones, why worry about not being able to make a lot of money? What made Lily even more shocked was the number of dropped items. The number of dropped items was almost the same as the number of magic stones, which told Lily that the items that should have been obtained when one was lucky in the past would be dropped by almost every monster on Noah's body. If this level of magic stones and dropped items were to be exchanged for money in the guild's exchange center, the amount of money that could be exchanged would be quite terrifying, if not astronomical, right? Lily didn't know how to react to this at all, and could only stand there for a long time without responding. On the other hand, Noah himself seemed to be the most normal person in front of him. He leaned against the wall, hugged his arms, closed his eyes, and started to take a nap. Pack up the dropped items, then continue. Yes. Yes. Lily stammered in response, but her expression was still as stiff as ever. But, Lord Noah, I don't know if Lily's backpack can hold so many items. Then pack up the items in front of you first, Noah said without even opening his eyes. This is the 17th floor, and the safety floor of the 18th floor is just below. If your backpack is full, you can just sell it there at a low price. It was indeed a low price. After all, in order to make a profit, those guys who bought magic stones and dropped items in the town on the 18th floor would lower the price to the minimum. However, in the case that the adventurers' backpacks were full, they could only choose to sell it there. Otherwise, even if it was more cost-effective to sell it on the surface, considering the time it would take to return to the surface, it would be better to sell it at a low price on the 18th floor. Hence, under normal circumstances, when the adventurers came to a floor that required a lot of time to travel, they would only have two choices after their backpacks were full. Either they would waste a lot of time and sell the magic stones on the surface. Or they would sell it at a low price on the 18th floor and use the time to continue earning magic stones. When comparing the two options, the latter would usually earn more in the end. Even if the adventurers felt the pinch, they could only choose to sell it on the 18th floor. This was the motive of those scammers in the town on the 18th floor. They purposely set the price so that if they sold it at a low price on the surface, they would earn more in the end. When the adventurers compared the two options, they could only choose to sell it at a low price on the 18th floor. This way, they could earn a lot of money. In the past, Noah had the Gate of Babylon to recycle items, so he didn't need to go to the 18th floor to be scammed. But now, because of Lily's matter, Noah didn't care. Anyway, Noah didn't lack the money. Seeing that Noah was leaning against the wall and had no intention of interfering, Lily could only go forward with a complicated expression and pick up the magic stones and dropped items one by one. Dungeon, 18th floor. Under Noah's lead, Lily came to a town that was almost entirely made of wood. She came to the exchange shop that sold magic stones and dropped items. This price is too unreasonable. If I were to bring it to the surface, these magic stones and dropped items could be exchanged for at least double the price. Isn't this considered a scam? In a building that was painted with pictures of Minotaurus and blue and purple crystals, the signboard was much more gorgeous than the surrounding shops. Lily stared at the shop owner in disbelief, only to receive a snort of disdain from the shop owner. If you don't like it, you can go to another shop. Lily's face was red with anger. That was natural. Which seller wouldn't be angered to death by a purchase price that was more than half the original price? However, it was impossible to continue exploring the dungeon with magic stones and dropped items that couldn't be stored. Moreover, it took a long time to return to the surface. If one didn't want to earn too little from the time spent on the road, they could only sell it here. It was because of this that these guys were so arrogant. It's unbelievable. In the end, Lily, who could only choose to sell her magic stones and dropped items in this shop, walked out with an ashen face and a flustered look. That's why Lily hates adventurers. Every one of them is so greedy. I really don't want to be compared to these guys who only know how to rip people off. Noah sighed. Alright, buy some time and continue exploring. Yes. Lily could only agree gloomily. Chapter 9:17. Just like that, Noah and Lily ran back and forth between the 17th and 18th levels for the entire day. Whenever Lily's backpack was filled with magic stones and dropped items, Noah and Lily would return to the town on the 18th level to clear the magic stones and dropped items. Whenever Lily's backpack was cleared of magic stones and dropped items, Noah and Lily would return to the 17th level to continue their efficient massacre. Under such circumstances, Noah and Lily had gone back and forth between the 17th and 18th levels more than a dozen times. When they estimated that it was almost dark outside, Noah and Lily brought their backpack full of magic stones and dropped items to the guild's exchange shop to sell them. Then, they took the receipt from the 18th level and went to the shop owner who sold the magic stones and dropped items cheaply to collect the money. It should be mentioned here that in the 18th floor of the town, all transactions were conducted by bartering or by setting up a voucher. This was because no one would bring so many gold coins while exploring the dungeon. Therefore, unless it was a small transaction that could be transacted on the spot, like the transaction that Noah bought a map on the 18th floor last time, otherwise, once the transaction amount was relatively large, most of the transactions would be in the form of a written agreement. For example, if an adventurer bought an expensive item in the town on the 18th level, the shop owner would leave the adventurer's name and clan tribe, coat of arms as collateral and let the adventurer write a written receipt before handing the item over to the buyer. When the shop owner returned to the surface from the 18th level, he would take the written receipt to the customer's clan tribe to collect the money. If the item was sold to the residents of the 18th level, it would be the exact opposite. The shop owner would write a written receipt and let the customer collect the money from his clan tribe. Noah and Lily had sold a large amount of magic stones and dropped items on the 18th level, so naturally, it was not a transaction that could be carried out on the spot. Therefore, when Noah and Lily returned from the dungeon, they had the written receipt from the shop owner who had bought their magic stones and dropped items. After returning to the surface, they immediately went to the other party's clan tribe to collect the money. Thus, after a whole day of hard work, the two of them reaped an astonishing harvest. At least, after receiving the money and coming out of the base camp, Lily was stunned when she saw the two big money bags full of gold coins in her arms. She didn't react for quite a while. In the end, Lily could only murmur in her sleep. 1,280,000 Varus, 1,280,000 Varus. This was Noah's and Lily's harvest after a day. You're lying, right? Lily tightly hugged the big purse full of gold coins. She was in a trance. He can earn so much in just one day. If it weren't for those guys on the 18th floor, it would have been even more. Noah glanced at the dazed Lily and shook his head. If you think it's not real, you can go and bite it when you get home to confirm it. Half of it is yours. Lily finally reacted. She turned to look at Noah and asked with uncertainty, half of it is mine? Lord Noah, do you really intend to give half to Lily? Why? Noah shrugged. If you think it's too little, then I'll take a little less. Originally, Noah had spent an entire day running back and forth between the 17th and 18th floors because of Lily. Although he didn't know what difficulties Lily had, it was certain that this child was in need of money. Ever since he obtained the Gate of Babylon, Noah had become richer than anyone else. In addition, even if the gold and silver treasures in the Gate of Babylon were used up, the treasure vault would treat them as consumables and automatically replenish them. No matter how much Noah used them, he would never be able to use up all the treasures in there. In this way, Noah would no longer have any monetary problems. Therefore, Noah could actually directly help Lily solve her monetary problems. However, if he were to use such a method to help Lily, who was extremely disgusted with adventurers, it would definitely hurt her little bit of self-esteem. It would make Lily think that Noah, the highest-level adventurer who could compete with Orly's only LV7, was pitying her. In order to prevent Lily from having such thoughts, Noah chose to use such a strenuous method to help Lily. Of course, for today's harvest, Noah actually didn't want to take it. He just felt that if he didn't take it, it would be no different from directly giving money to Lily. It was very likely that it would make Lily take it too hard, which was why he wanted to help Lily in the form of a disguised form of dividends. In any case, Lily didn't know that Noah had a gate of Babylon that could automatically recycle items and would never be full no matter how many items were stored in it. Then, there was nothing wrong with letting Lily receive the bonus as a supporter, right? The facts proved that Noah's idea was indeed correct. Is Lord Noah pitying Lily? Lily lowered her head, and her voice was more or less filled with a trace of malice. What did Lily do to deserve so much bonus? Why not? Noah said indifferently. We formed a team to enter the dungeon today. According to the team rules, isn't it normal to split the loot equally? But Lily is only a porter. At most, I'm only picking up items. It's all because of Lord Noah's hard work that I have such a huge harvest. Lily hugged the money bag tightly, and her voice started to have obvious emotions. If it were other adventurers, not to mention splitting the loot, wouldn't it be possible for them to monopolize the loot? Upon hearing that, Noah suddenly laughed. You said it yourself, it's other adventurers. Lily choked. Was Noah rebutting Lily's previous thoughts? None of the adventurers in that world were good people. All in all, we'll split today's harvest in half. You can take 640,000 Varus. Noah made such a decision without any hesitation. I only want to know if you're still short of money. Lily was silent for a while before speaking with a complicated expression. I think it's still not enough. Is it? Noah shrugged his shoulders. If that's the case, tomorrow at the same time, let's gather in front of the fountain in the central plaza. After saying that, Noah took a purse from Lily's arms and slung it over his shoulder. He then waved his hand and walked in another direction. Looking at Noah's back view, Lily hugged the money bag tightly, and her gaze became more and more complicated. Undoubtedly, he's a tyrant. Why is he so gentle to Lily? Lily, I don't understand. Lily, who was muttering, didn't notice. In a corner not far away, a few male adventurers were hiding there. They clearly saw the money bag full of gold coins in Lily's arms. They looked at each other, and the corner of their mouth curved into a rather ferocious arc. The next day, at the same time as yesterday, Noah went straight out of the door and walked in the direction of the central plaza. The surrounding people were still pointing at Noah and gossiping about him as usual. Under the awe and curiosity of almost everyone on the street, Noah walked into the central plaza as if it had nothing to do with him and came to the front of the fountain. To Noah's surprise, Lily wasn't waiting here today. What's the matter? Noah frowned. Did that child give up? As soon as this sentence fell, a cheerful voice sounded behind Noah. Sir Noah is really rude. How could Lily leave the team without Sir Noah's consent? Hearing this cheerful voice, Noah turned his head and looked behind him. He immediately saw the petite girl carrying a big backpack. Today, the indifference and vigilance on Lily's face disappeared. Just like the first time they met, there was a sunflower-like smile on her face. Good morning, Sir Noah. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. Looking at the cheerful smile on Lily's face, Noah's eyes flickered.